The Crown of Myth, an action-adventure fantasy romance. The Fae Queens, Book 1. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Matt Bolden.
Chapter 1. Wish Upon a Moon. The moon was high overhead, a perfect circle of brilliance fractured into rainbows by the tears clouding Myth Clearwater's eyes. She wiped them with the back of her hand and walked to the edge of the cliff, shivering as the wind whipped her hair. The leaves of the trees whispered in voices she couldn't understand, but in her mind it was Sophia, the girl she had once called her best friend. "It's a good thing your parents named you Myth, since you may as well not exist," she had said, just before she and Ethan had tricked Myth into humiliating herself in front of the whole school. Myth's family wasn't any better. She knew they thought she was pathetic and useless. When she was gone, she told herself with clenched fists, they would be sorry. They'd wish they treated her better. Unless they wouldn't, she thought, a fresh wave of despair bringing her nearly to her knees. Tears poured down her face in hot streams. The truth was that no one would miss her. But at least she wouldn't be a burden anymore, and the pain she had been carrying inside of herself for months would be over. Her heart lightened at the idea of freedom, and she looked over the edge of the cliff again. Far below, the ocean crashed against the rocks in a spray of white foam. Would it hurt? She wondered, a nauseous fear twisting her stomach. It was such a long way down, she figured death would be instant. The thought that she might be horribly injured but survive wasn't at all appealing. That would only mean more doctors, more tests, more being a nuisance. She took a shuddering breath. It was now or never. The moon shone down, and it felt like the light struck her full in the face for one blessed moment. In her head, her grandmother's voice spoke out of memory. "The stories say that in our times of greatest need, the full moon will grant wishes, the most desperate desires of our hearts." Myth looked up into the sky. She was only 5 the first time she heard that story. That night she wished for a pony. Of course, it hadn't come true. Believing in that sort of thing was stupid and childish. But she couldn't stop herself from hoping that someone would come to rescue her. Someone who would take her broken heart and put it back together. She wished for it with every fiber of her being, even as she scolded herself for being silly. It was time to stop putting off the inevitable. She turned her face back to the dark water and swallowed. The tears began to flow again. This was it, the end of her life. Her foot slid forward, dislodging a pebble, which bounced off the rocks and down into the water, the sound drowned by the wind and waves. But another noise did reach her ears, as if out of a dream, bells jingling in the forest behind her. She turned her head, unsure whether she had imagined it, and the wind changed direction, pushing at her as if it were holding her back from the edge. The sound was getting closer. She backed away from the cliff, turning to face the trees. Now there was another noise amongst the musical tinkle of bells, a rhythmic clopping sound that she couldn't immediately place, and as she stared into the darkness, a shape seemed to materialize in the shafts of silver moonlight shining through the branches. It was a carriage. Like straight out of a fairy tale or a Disney movie, a carriage of green and silver that shone with its own light, drawn by 4 silver-white horses. The thought occurred to her that she must have already jumped, and this was the angels coming to take her to heaven. Either that, or this was all a dream she was having. She'd always been told that suicides lead to hell. Despite her fear and doubt, her feet were drawn forward, toward the improbable vehicle, and it trundled down a path she was sure hadn't been there before, rolling to a stop just a few feet away. Myth waited, her heart in her throat. Whatever was happening, she knew it was important. The door of the carriage opened, a pale hand briefly visible in the window, and someone peered out. A slender, ethereal being of indeterminate gender. Their expression was alight with curiosity and joy. "Lady Myth, is it truly you?" Despite knowing she was alone, Myth found herself looking around for the person being addressed. Surely this strange person couldn't be looking for her. There was a long, uncomfortable silence. My name is Myth, she finally answered, biting her lip. The person in the carriage grinned, clapping their hands in childlike glee. They leapt to the ground and bowed low. You are the one! I am your humble servant, Quince Briardream. I've come to take you home. Myth could see now that Quince was female, with wild golden curls and impossibly wide green eyes. She looked like she couldn't be older than 12, but at the same time there was an air of calculating intelligence in her eyes that didn't belong to a child. I don't understand, Myth said, frowning. Back to my parents' house? No, silly, Quince replied. To Yearning. We've been waiting for you for ages, the prince especially. I'm supposed to take you to him. Myth didn't move. Of course, this couldn't be real. Do you have something better to be doing? Quince asked with a musical giggle. No, Myth answered cautiously. This was like one of those kidnappings her parents had always warned her about, only much, much stranger. But it couldn't be worse than here, could it? Than dying or going back to face school again? She shuddered. How did you even find me? Where is Yearning? Your suffering has drawn the prince's eye. He only wants to give you the happiness that you deserve. As for Yearning, you will see when I bring you there. Quince's expression was challenging. Myth found herself taking a step forward. Will I ever be able to come back here? Not that she wanted to return, but it helped to know whether this was a reversible decision. When the full moon ends, Quince assured her. Now come, we can't keep the prince waiting. Myth only hesitated a minute more before following Quince into the carriage. No one would miss her, after all. The woods seemed eerily silent now that the wind had died away. She sat down across from Quince. The cushions were comfortable, made of soft green velvet, and Myth ran her hand over them as the carriage began to move. How long will it take to get to Yearning? Quince grinned. Her teeth were much pointier than a human's. We do not measure time in the same way that mortals do, but I would say that it is not a long journey. Silence fell. Normally, Myth would have said she preferred the quiet, but Quince was staring at her with keen interest that made Myth feel like a bug under a magnifying glass. But what would she even say? She wasn't even sure this was real. It didn't feel right to make small talk, and Quince didn't seem inclined to answer questions. To escape her feelings of awkwardness, Myth looked out the window. The night sky was a tapestry of colors, violet and emerald and cobalt. It reminded her of photos she'd seen of the aurora, except covering the whole sky. The moon hung low on the horizon, larger and closer than she'd ever seen it, but all of the light came from the millions of stars sprayed across the night, bright as fireworks. If this wasn't all a dream, and Myth wasn't convinced that was true, then they were no longer on Earth. Her heart fluttered with a mix of elation and fear. She turned to Quince, who was staring up at the roof of the carriage, humming under her breath. Is the sky always like this? Myth asked. Quince blinked. The sky? It is the sky, constant and ever-changing, she replied with a grin. But if you look at the window, you can see Yearning now. Myth looked outside. It was as if the carriage had leapt ahead the moment she'd turned away. Instead of a rough trail through a dark evergreen forest, they now traveled down a wide boulevard lined with hedges. Colored lights twinkled among the leaves, lines of light leading ahead and behind, and beyond the hedges lay fields of flowers and trees laid out in neat rows. The air was sweet and fragrant with the scent of blossoms, and far ahead, at the edge of Myth's vision, was a city silhouetted against the horizon. At least, she thought it was a city. It seemed to have grown mostly upward rather than outward, judging by the dark spires and twinkling lights that rose high into the sky. Yearning is a city? It is the city, Quince replied. Myth sighed. It was as close to an answer as she was going to get. The carriage continued forward, perhaps more quickly than before, and Myth could start to make out details: banners waving in the breeze, high arched bridges and graceful towers, colored lanterns hanging in the trees and along the eaves. Faint threads of music reached her ears. "It's beautiful," she said wistfully. It was too good to be true, but at the same time too strange for her to have imagined it. She looked to her right, and she could just make out the glint of water in the distance. Was that the ocean? More interesting was a tall, dark tower standing short way from the walls of the city. Something about it gave Myth the shivers. "What's that over there?" Quince peered out the window and shrugged. "Nothing but an old ruin." Just then, a bell rang high and clear, answered by smaller bells ringing in harmony all around the city. "We've been sighted by the watchtower," Quince said, clapping in delight. "Your people are preparing to welcome you home." Myth swallowed. "My people?" She wasn't good with people, especially in large groups, and the fact that they would be waiting for her, expecting things, made her heart pound unpleasantly. "Of course," Quince said easily, either not noticing her distress or not caring. "You are our princess. Or you will be once you are crowned." Myth's palms were sweaty. "But I don't know anything about being a princess. Are you sure you have the right person? I mean, I'm just a normal girl." "Being a princess of Yearning requires no special knowledge or training. The prince has been watching you for some time. If he says you are a princess, then you are. It is as simple as that," Quince said. The carriage rolled through an ornate silver gate and into the city itself. Down the streets dyed in rainbows of color by the lanterns. Already, people had lined up to watch the carriage pass, and more were arriving every minute. A child waved at Myth, and she found herself waving back. The street led up and up in a loose spiral, and the crowd was only growing thicker and thicker. "Princess Myth! Welcome, Princess!" How is it they know her name? Confetti and streamers fell through the air like rain. Finally, they reached Yearning's highest point, and the carriage rolled through another gate, this one made of something black and iridescent, before coming to a lurching stop. "We've arrived," Quince said cheerfully, jumping to her feet and throwing open the carriage door. "Are you ready to meet the prince?" No, Myth thought, clenching her fists to stop them from shaking. She would never be ready for this, but she couldn't stay in the carriage forever either. She nodded because she felt unable to speak. Quince hopped to the ground and held out her hand, beaming. There was nothing Myth could do but allow herself to be led forward. They walked down a thick violet carpet, lined on both sides by more graceful beings dressed in flowing garments of silk and velvet. She could feel their eyes on her, their expression smiling but strangely intense, and at the end of the carpet was the steps leading to a magnificent building that she could only assume was the palace. There was a figure standing there, and as they moved closer, Myth could see that it was a man. Not just any man, but possibly the most beautiful man she'd ever seen, dressed in black and silver with raven hair falling down his back in waves. He descended the last 2 steps as they approached. "Lady Myth, you are even more enchanting in person," he said, taking her hands in his own. "I am Vesper, the Prince of Yearning." His voice was like melted chocolate, smooth and warm and sweet. Words became difficult. For several seconds, all Myth could do was gape. Vesper smiled at her, his teeth startlingly white against his dusky skin. He squeezed her fingers, which was enough to shock her into speech. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Myth. I guess you know that." Vesper's smile widened. "Not as pleased as I am to meet you, my lady." He lifted her hand to his mouth and kissed her knuckles. The gentle brush of his lips on her skin made her feel like her hair was standing on end. "Would you do me the honor of being my princess, the Princess of Yearning?" Myth shifted from foot to foot. She didn't want to be rude, but this was all too much, too soon. "I'm not sure I understand. Are you asking me to marry you? We don't even know each other." The prince chuckled, not unkindly. "Not right away, of course. I would like for us to get acquainted first. But yearning requires a princess, and you're the one the omens have led me to. The moment I saw you, I was enraptured by your beauty, and I have longed for the day when I could finally bring you here." Heat flooded Myth's cheeks. No one, except maybe her parents, had ever called her beautiful. She might have thought he was making fun of her, but his expression was so earnest and open. I'm glad to be here, but why does Yearning need a princess? I mean, I'm not anyone special." "You sell yourself short," Vesper said in a gentle tone. "I have no doubt you are blessed with many talents, but Yearning has been cursed by a dark force. It roams the land, devouring the innocent and the guilty alike. Only a princess of mortal blood can keep the curse at bay. All the signs say that you are the one, the princess who will protect the land. I believe you can do it." She met his steady gaze. His eyes were a dark reddish violet, like wine. If they really needed her. "You'll be here to help me?" she asked. "Of course," he answered with another smile. "I will be by your side the whole way. Does this mean you accept my offer?" Myth swallowed, but there was really only one thing to do. "Yes, I'll be your princess." Vesper grinned. "You have made me such a happy man, and the people will be overjoyed as well." He raised his hand, and Myth could feel the attention of the spectators focus upon them. "Behold, the new princess of Yearning." The crowd erupted into cheers, and Myth backed up instinctively. The prince put his arm around her waist in a protective manner, and she shivered at the unexpected touch. He was warm and had a subtle scent reminiscent of pine. "They mean you no harm," he said softly. "They are only excited to meet you." "It's all just a little overwhelming," she murmured, clasping her hands in front of her. Vesper nodded. "For now, we can go inside the palace for your crowning ceremony," he said. "There will be fewer people there, and after a while, I'm sure you will become accustomed to the attention." He gave the spectators a final wave, and they walked up the steps together, his hand moving to her elbow to guide her. Chapter 2. The Crowning Ceremony. Myth felt like her neck would break from craning it around so much. The exterior of the palace was striking, made of some iridescent stone-like opal with huge doors of carved silver, but it was the inside that took her breath away. In the main hall, the ceiling soared 4 or 5 stories upward, and chandeliers made of luminous crystals provided shimmering light that slowly shifted through every color of the rainbow. Beautiful tapestries hung on the walls, each depicting a different fantastical landscape or mythical creature. She wished she had time to stop and examine them further, but they kept walking down the corridor, past swords and daggers in display cases, and fanciful suits of armor, and then they were in the throne room. The walls and floors in here were dark blue and purple marble veined with silver, like the night sky made solid. This theme was continued throughout the room. The columns were engraved with stars, depicting constellations she had never seen before, and on a raised platform at the far end were 2 thrones, a larger one white and silver with a crescent moon on the back, while the smaller was made of gold and had a rising sun above the headrest. Quince was waiting for them, along with a few other important-looking people. Perhaps because Quince and Vesper wore their long hair down around their faces, it was the first time Myth noticed that the people of Yearning had long, gracefully pointed ears. Once again, she wondered if she was dreaming. "Lady Myth is ready for her crowning," Vesper said. Quince smiled broadly. "I'm so glad you've accepted the prince's offer. I'm sure you're going to enjoy your time in Yearning." It was hard not to be drawn in by her enthusiasm. Myth smiled back. Were they elves? Fairies? She asked herself, as one of them brought forward an ornately carved wooden box. Quince lifted the lid, revealing a delicate golden tiara studded with jewels, some red as blood and some the color of honey. It was so lovely, Myth could hardly believe it was for her. Vesper took the crown from the box, and she temporarily forgot how to breathe. "Are you ready to undertake the responsibilities of the Princess of Yearning?" he asked. She blinked in surprise. "Responsibilities? What are they exactly? She asked, biting her lip. Her track record with being responsible for anything was not that great, as her childhood hamster could attest. Nothing too strenuous, I assure you, Vesper said with a smile. You must simply be my companion and allow us to take care of anything else. If there's anything we can do to ensure your happiness, you must promise to let us know. She let out a long breath. It still seemed crazy that Vesper wanted to be with her. Everything about this place was a dream come true. But if it was a dream, she might as well dive in head first. I'll do it. I'm ready. Vesper smiled, and he raised the crown before nestling it gently in her hair. It was so light she could hardly feel it. Now you are officially the Princess of Yearning. A feeling of warmth spread through her, and her heart fluttered at the expression of gentle joy on the prince's face. Maybe this could really be her home. So, what's next? She asked, eager to go see what this new life had to offer. I thought we might go back into the city so you can see the sights, he said. We have restaurants and theater, gardens, anything you could wish for. The idea no longer seemed frightening, not with Vesper by her side. The carriage was waiting for them in front of the palace, and the crowd had already dispersed for the most part. Vesper opened the door and helped her inside before taking a seat beside her. She hadn't expected to be so close to him, but she wasn't nervous exactly, just extremely aware of him, the warmth of his knee touching hers, and his cool, wintry scent. What would you like to do first? He asked. Are you hungry? For the past few days, even the thought of food had made Myth nauseous, but now her stomach rumbled. Yeah, that sounds good, actually. The carriage started moving again, traveling down into the lower streets this time, though not all the way to the entrance. Off the main road, there were fewer lanterns and no streamers, but it was still a beautiful place. Trees and flowers lining the wide sidewalks glowed in the silver-blue moonlight, and citizens strolled by, couples or groups, obviously enjoying the nightlife. Occasionally, they would pass musicians or acrobats on the street corners. The entire city seemed to be filled with laughter. The carriage came to a stop near the waterfront. Myth could smell the salt in the air, as well as a mouth-watering aroma of spices and baking bread. Here we are, Vesper said. The chefs at the palace are quite good, of course, but when I want a change of pace, this is where I go. It smells amazing, Myth said. He got out of the carriage first and offered his hand. Even this innocent touch left a warm feeling in her chest. It is the best food in Yearning, and for you they will certainly make something extra special. She felt like saying it wasn't necessary, but at the same time, no one had ever treated her like that before. Like she was important. It felt good, and she decided to let herself enjoy it. They entered the restaurant arm in arm. It wasn't a large place, just 9 or 10 tables in a cozy dining room, and a door leading out to what she assumed was a patio. The person at the front counter nearly bowed to the ground when he recognized Vesper. My prince, I am humbled by your patronage again, he said earnestly. He was the first person that Myth had seen in Yearning who looked older than 30. I assume this is our new princess. I regret that I could not come to the welcoming procession. I understand that not everyone is free to attend, Mr. Hawthorne, Vesper said easily. Lady Myth and I would like a private table. Outside, perhaps. There is no need to rush. Of course, my prince. It will only be a moment. Some of the customers in the dining room had turned to look at them, but they seemed only mildly curious, not surprised to see their prince out in public. Myth thought that was the mark of a good ruler, not that she had suspected otherwise. But there was something she'd been meaning to ask, and she turned to Vesper, who was leaning against the wall with a thoughtful expression. So, if you're the prince, does that mean there's a king and queen somewhere? She asked. His eyes darkened for a moment, and she was afraid she touched on a sore subject, but then he smiled, a bit sadly. No, my parents died a long time ago, victims to the very darkness that you are meant to vanquish. I have been ruling Yearning alone ever since then, but it is a custom among my people that a prince may not become a king until he is married. She wasn't sure what to react to first. The idea of vanquishing anything was terrifying, and she couldn't forget that according to him, they were supposed to get married someday. It was too much to think about. "I'm sorry about your parents," she said awkwardly, putting her hand on his shoulder. "I hardly remember them," he said. "No need to apologize." His eyes on her were warm, sending a little thrill straight to her toes. "Your table is ready now, Your Highness," interjected the voice of Mr. Hawthorne. "If you will follow me." "Shall we?" Vesper asked, holding out his arm. Myth nodded, slipping her hand through his elbow, and they made their way out to the side patio. Lanterns on every table added a soft, romantic light to the blaze of stars overhead, and they were the only patrons present. They took a seat at a table in the corner, and Myth could just see the waves lapping the beach behind them, but she was distracted from the view and Mr. Hawthorne spoke again. "Will you be having wine this evening?" She blanched. Would the prince expect her to drink? Did she want to? The memory of all the horror stories she'd heard warred with the rebellion in her heart. "I know in your world, girls of your age are not permitted to drink alcohol," Vesper said. "But in Yearning, it is your decision." "Maybe another time," she decided. After all, it would be awful if she got sick in front of him. "Could I have lemonade instead?" "I'll have the same," Vesper said. "I've never tried lemonade." He smiled at her so that she hardly noticed the owner bowing and moving away, and then, out of nowhere, a chime sounded from somewhere in the city. She could tell it was at least as far as the palace, but it was still almost uncomfortably loud. For those near the source, it had to be deafening. It rang 4 times before dying away. "What was that?" she asked, shivering unconsciously. "That was the clock tower. It tells the whole city how many hours remain of the full moon in your world. That is the only time our 2 realities are connected, and as such, it is the limit of time you and I have together," Vesper said, his voice turning melancholic. "Oh," she said, feeling her heart sink. "But I can come back next month?" "Of course," he said, taking her hand across the table, sliding his thumb gently over her knuckles. "The next full moon and every one thereafter for the rest of your life." His words and his touch filled her with buzzing warmth, almost enough to make her not care about the question she'd been about to ask, but not quite. "You said we were in a different reality. I guess that should be obvious, but where are we exactly? And your people, they aren't human, are they? What do you call yourselves?" "I think your scientists would call this a parallel universe," he replied. "But mythology in your world has long known of our presence. They call this realm the other world, the celestial plane, the Summerlands. There are many, many names for it, just as many for the people that live within. Elves, spirits, the She. You can call us Fae if it pleases you. But," he said, holding up a finger, "you must never say the other F word, the one for the beings that little girls love, who have wings and glitter and magic wands. It is considered horribly offensive." "Good to know," she said in a small voice. "Don't call them fairies. Got it." The drinks appeared, handed to them by a thin, silent Fae who looked to be about Myth's age. She brought the drink to her lips, taking a small sip, and it was so delicious, the perfect mix of sweet and tartly refreshing that she almost downed the whole glass. "This drink is excellent," Vesper said. "Is it common in your world?" "Where I live, it is. We drink it in the summer especially. But if you don't have it here, how did they know how to make it?" It was possibly the best cup of lemonade she'd ever tasted. "Magic," he replied with an upward flick of his eyebrows. That opened up a whole new slew of questions, but Mr. Hawthorne appeared to ask them what they'd like for dinner. "But there's no menu," Myth protested. "I don't even know what's available." "Anything your heart desires," Vesper said. "You ask, and they will create the most perfect and delicious version you have ever tasted." "Anything?" It was an almost impossible burden, having to choose something with no limits, even something as simple as her dinner. But there was one thing she'd been craving, a dinner her mom used to make for special occasions. "Can I have fettuccine Alfredo?" "Of course, my princess," said Mr. Hawthorne. "Would you like chicken or shrimp, or perhaps spinach, broccoli?" Oh, I'd like shrimp and broccoli, she said, already imagining how good it would taste. I'll have that spiced fish that you make so perfectly, Vesper said. Hawthorne bowed and walked away again. More lemonade arrived, and Myth sighed. For the past few days, weeks even, it had felt like she was being crushed with the weight of all her problems, but now she was so light, she thought she might fly. There was something I've been meaning to ask you as well, Vesper said, and when she looked up at him, his expression was surprisingly solemn. I know that something unpleasant happened to you just before you came here. I could feel your despair. Would you like to talk to me about it? She swallowed. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk about it. It was just that it was horribly embarrassing. Just some people making fun of me at school. It sounded ridiculous even as it came out of her mouth and reminded her briefly of how much of a child she must seem to him. You are not required to tell me, of course, Vesper said. I only thought I might be able to help, even if only by listening. The look on his face was so sorrowful that Myth immediately felt guilty. He only wanted to help, and he'd been nothing but kind to her so far. I kind of had a crush on this guy, Ethan, she began, her cheeks flushing. Looking at Vesper, she could hardly remember what it was about Ethan she found so attractive. He started talking to me, and I was excited, and when he asked me to meet him in the park after school, I was so happy. He seemed like he really wanted to get to know me, and I ended up telling him about my feelings for him. Then it turned out that this girl, Sophia, had been recording the whole thing, and she posted it online. Everyone in school started teasing me about it. A few hours ago, it had felt like something she would never be able to face or get over, but now the entire incident seemed distant and unimportant. Was it only the fact that Vesper was here? He frowned. Why would Sophia do something like that? I understand that humans are often cruel to each other, but this doesn't seem to benefit her in any way. Myth shrugged sadly. I don't know. We used to be best friends, but ever since we got to high school and she started hanging out with Aubrey, they've made it their mission to make my life miserable. Vesper took her hand again, making her heart race. I am terribly sorry that you had to experience something like that, but you should know that as long as you are in Yearning, I will provide you with every happiness. I cannot imagine what inspires people to such cruelty, but I have a feeling they will get what's coming to them eventually. His mouth was set in a grim line. Your meal is ready, your highnesses, Mr. Hawthorne said, appearing almost out of thin air. Myth could see the steam rising from the plate as it was placed in front of her, and the aromas of garlic and parmesan made her mouth water. She twirled some pasta around the piece of broccoli on her fork. The moment the sauce touched her tongue, she felt like she'd transcended to a higher plane of existence. It was like her mother's, only better, creamy and rich with the perfect blend of spices, and the broccoli was fresh and perfectly tender. I take it that you like your food? Vesper said with a half smile. Myth swallowed and nodded. It's amazing. It really is the best I've ever eaten. They continued to eat, mostly in silence, which Myth didn't mind. She was enjoying her food too much to think about talking, but finally she was stuffed and drowsily content. Mr. Hawthorne cleared away the dishes, and she wished she had room for dessert because she knew it would be phenomenal. It would have to wait for another day. Vesper had promised she could come back. Unless you are too tired, I thought I might take you to see the rest of the town, he said, offering his hand to help her up from her chair. She was tired, but she knew that tomorrow she'd be back at home. No, I'm fine. I'd like to see it. You said there were gardens? Her grandmother had liked gardening. Myth remembered spending hours out in her backyard, watching little seedlings grow into flowers and vegetables. Yes, he said, smiling. I know just the place. Back into the carriage they went, and this time Vesper put his arm around her shoulder. It startled her at first, and she flinched. My apologies, he said. I thought you looked cold. It's okay, she said, snuggling back against him despite the fact that her heart felt like it was trying to escape from her chest. I was a little surprised, that's all. His hand rested lightly on her shoulder, and he toyed with one of her dark curls in apparent idle fascination. Do not the people of your world touch each other like this when they care for one another? he asked quietly, his mouth near enough to stir the hair around her ear. Yes, she said in an embarrassingly squeaky voice. I just didn't expect. I hope you do not doubt my feelings for you, Lady Myth, he said, in a voice that turned her insides liquid. I will never do anything to cause you pain. I will be here in whatever way you want me to be. Her heart was pounding and she'd forgotten to breathe some time ago. What did she want? The thought of his lips on hers flashed through her mind, and she reached out, her fingers grazing his cheek. Bong! The first chime on the clock tower, much closer than it had been at the restaurant. She cried out in shock, covering her ears, and Vesper held her close through the remaining 2 chimes. When the ringing in her ears had finally faded, she pulled back, grimacing. That thing really is loud. It is to ensure that everyone in the city hears it, he replied, his brow furrowed. But it is unpleasant to be so near when it chimes. I'll have the sorcerers and engineers try to create a less painful solution. A moment later, the carriage stopped again. It seems as though we've arrived. The street was quiet and dark, but not in a frightening way. It was simply peaceful. A stone gate stood before them, ornately carved with flowers and vines, and it opened at Vesper's touch. Myth could smell the scent of flowers mixed with damp earth and growing things, and she took a deep breath as he led her inside. They came through a row of hedges sculpted like unicorns and dragons and griffins, and into the center of the garden where a fountain flowed musically over a small-scale replica of the city. It only took a moment of listening to realize that there was an actual tune in the water's movement. Everything here is so magical, she said, more to herself, but Vesper chuckled. It is magical, but I am pleased you enjoy it nonetheless. They walked through the flowers arm in arm. Each bloom was differently wonderful, some glowing in vibrant colors, some giving off scents she could hardly believe. Campfires and toasted marshmallows, sheets warm from the dryer, chocolate chip cookies with the chocolate still gooey, and others she couldn't even describe. They came out onto a wide lawn with several benches, and Vesper pulled her forward. From here you can see the whole city, he said, leading her to the railing. Yearning swirled out below them, a whirlpool of light and color. It reminded her of flying to visit her grandparents, when the plane would start to circle for a landing, and the city sprawled below like a spray of gleaming gems. A warm breeze blew her hair back, and her heart soared with wonder. It's so perfect it doesn't feel real, she murmured. But it is real, and it is all for you, he said, moving to stand behind her with his arms around her waist. She shivered and leaned into the solid warmth of his body, and he kissed her cheek. He certainly felt real, as difficult as it was to believe. She couldn't remember ever feeling so safe, so treasured, and she sighed happily and looked out over the city again. Her eyes wandered outward to the sea, and there again was the dark tower. She felt like it was staring at her. She turned away, resting her head on Vesper's shoulder, and a yawn suddenly welled up, wide enough to be almost painful. We should get you to bed, he said against her ear. No, we still have 2 more hours, she protested. He smiled and pulled her away from the balcony. I'm pleased that you want to spend time with me, but this will all be waiting for you when you return, as will I, he said. I know, it isn't that. I mean, I do want to spend time with you, she added, her cheeks flushed. But I'm also not looking forward to going back home. School is still going to be a nightmare, she said, and her stomach fluttered with unease. He squeezed her hand. I know things may be difficult, but I believe in you. They walked back to the carriage, and the whole time, Myth tried not to think about what was waiting for her in her own world, focusing on the warmth of Vesper's hand and the beauty of the stars overhead. The ride back to the palace was much quicker than she wanted it to be, and then Vesper was leading her down the hall again. I'll show you to your bedroom, he said. Next time, you will be here the whole length of the full moon, 3 of your mortal days, and you will have need of rest. So when I go back, will I be in the woods again? That would be difficult to explain to her parents. Another problem to think about. No, Vesper said with a smile. The magic will ensure that you wake up in the morning in your own bed, and from now on, when you are in Yearning, no one at home will notice your absence. They will believe that they have seen you exactly where you should be, and that everything is normal." She let out a breath. That was one worry off her chest. They turned down a new hallway. The light here was dimmer, and every few feet there was an alcove with a statue standing in it. Each was a woman, carved in exquisite detail. "Who are these people?" she asked. "These are the queens of the past, each of them heroes who defeated the darkness," he replied, though he didn't seem interested in looking at them. "This darkness, what is it that keeps it coming back again and again? Are you sure I'll be able to defeat it?" she asked, clutching his arm more tightly. "It is an ancient evil thing. Even our wisest scholars do not know where it came from, but I have faith in you," he said, placing his other hand over hers. They stopped at a closed door. "Here we are. I believe one of the servants will have laid out some pajamas for you, and there will be a bath prepared if you wish. If you need anything else before you sleep, pull the bell cord next to the door." Now that the time to part had come, Myth was vibrating with nervousness. She didn't want to leave him at all, but she could hardly ask him to spend the night. "You'll be somewhere nearby?" she asked. "Right down the hall," he assured her. "I promise you will be safe here until you fall asleep. The next month may be difficult, but I will be watching you and waiting for your return." His face was open and earnest, and she knew it was all the comfort she was likely to get. "Well, good night, I guess." He moved closer, sliding an arm around her waist. "May I kiss you?" he asked. "Yes," she replied breathlessly. There was no point in telling him that she'd never been kissed before. Her heart was hammering wildly as his lips brushed hers softly once, and she clutched at his shirt as her whole body thrilled with excitement. He kissed her again, with more pressure this time, and she thought she might faint from the sensation. When he pulled away, his fingers trailing down her arm, all she could do was to remain upright. "Until we meet again," he said with a soft smile before turning and walking down the hall. Myth waved, her mind hazy with bliss, and opened the door behind her. The bedroom was gorgeous. All of the tapestries and rugs and bedclothes were her favorite colors, teal, silver, and slate blue, but she hardly noticed them, floating on a cloud of happiness as she was. She put on the pajamas laid out for her, loose pants and a camisole of aqua-colored silk, and curled under the blankets, holding the memory of the kiss close like a treasure. Vesper believed in her, and he would be here waiting. She wouldn't let him down. Chapter 3. Myth and the Cat. Myth woke up in her own bed, just as Vesper had promised. After the vivid night she'd spent in Yearning, her familiar bedroom seemed faded and worn. Every flaw, from the tear in the corner of her last unicorn poster to the stickers peeling off her desk, was horribly clear. She sat up with a sigh. Obviously, it had all been a dream. Things like that didn't happen in real life. But when she pulled the blankets off, she was wearing elegant teal pajamas. She gasped and rubbed her hands over her legs. The silk was smooth and cool to the touch, just as solid and tangible as her comforter. It was real, she whispered to herself. Yearning, Vesper, everything. That meant she had to survive a month, or 28 days, she guessed, until she could see him again. The first thing she had to do was hide the pajamas. Her parents were sure to get suspicious if they saw something that fancy in the laundry. She folded it carefully and hid it in the bottom of her closet before getting in the shower, and as she was getting ready, her mind kept drifting back to Vesper. His smile, his voice, and, of course, the way it had felt to kiss him. It had been better than she'd ever dreamed it could be, and she wanted to bask in the glow of that memory and daydream about what might happen next, but it was only Thursday morning. These weren't the kind of thoughts she wanted to be having at the breakfast table with her parents. Myth's mother was in the kitchen making coffee when she came in. Her mother turned and smiled in a strained sort of way. "Morning, Starshine. Are you feeling any better?" She was, but she wondered if her mom would find such a quick turnaround strange, even without knowing how bad it had really been. "A little bit," she said, in a way she hoped was convincing. "Are you sure you don't want to meet with the principal about this? This bullying is getting a little out of control." The thought made Myth sick to her stomach. "No, the more fuss I make about it, the more people will tease me. I doubt he'd understand anyway." Her principal, Mr. Andrews, was a kindly, balding man who reminded Myth of Mr. Rogers. She'd be surprised if he'd even heard of YouTube before, and she didn't want to have to explain the situation with Sophia and Ethan either. "If you're sure," her mother said skeptically. "I just don't want this thing with Sophia to ruin your whole year. I'll have my phone with me if you need anything." "I'll be fine," Myth assured her. Her mother had to leave work 3 times in the past few months to deal with her problems. There was no way it was going to happen again. She knew how important her mother was to her patients, even though they were animals. If a cat or dog died because she was having trouble at school, Myth knew she'd never forgive herself. "Okay, sweetie, I'll see you at dinner then." Myth waved, and a few seconds later she heard her mother's car pull out of the driveway. Her dad was already at work, no doubt. He was a professor of English literature at the local university, and he took mostly morning classes so he could pick her and her brother up from school. Her friends, back when she'd had friends, had thought her father was some kind of romantic poet, but really, he was more like a strict teacher who also wrote papers on why Homer was definitely a pseudonym. Myth made herself a bagel with cream cheese and strawberry slices, and drank 2 cups of coffee in an attempt to psych herself up for what she knew would be a difficult day. The only good thing was that it was a B-day, so she wouldn't have PE. She grabbed her backpack and checked herself in the mirror one last time before pulling the hood of her jacket over her distinctive black hair. Today, the best thing that could happen was that no one noticed her. She got to school right before the first bell, a calculated move so that Sophia wouldn't have time to find her at her locker. Her morning classes went fine. Lunchtime was a little depressing. No one wanted to sit with her, so Myth sat at the unoccupied end of a table filled with freshman boys by herself. But it was the last class of the day that she dreaded. English ought to have been one of her favorite classes, but it was the one she shared with Sophia and Audrey. The moment she walked into the classroom, she could feel her guts twisting. "Well, look who it is," Audrey said, her voice pitched even higher than usual. "The legendary creature coming to grace mankind with her presence." Everyone in the class laughed, and Myth hid behind her hood. "Oh, Myth," Audrey continued, "Ethan and Sophia are dating now. It's all thanks to you, really." 2 days ago, that would have made her sick with anger and despair, but now she was just disgusted. She raised her head enough to meet Sophia's eyes. "Good. I think they deserve each other," Myth said, filling her voice with all the venom she could muster. The bell rang and Mr. Naples shut the door. "Time to settle down, kids," he said, moving to the whiteboard. "Today, we're going to be reading some examples of persuasive essays. On Monday, you should be ready to choose a topic and start writing." There was a chorus of groans, but Myth sighed with relief as everyone's attention turned away from her. The next few weeks went about as well as could be expected. The video of Myth confessing her feelings for Ethan was taken down, partly because there were so many people complaining about how cruel the prank had been, and the story died after a while. The time until she could see Vesper again was passing with painful slowness, but at least she didn't feel like she wanted to die every second. Finally, it was just a few days until the full moon. After nearly a month away from Yearning, it was getting harder and harder for Myth to believe that any of it had been real. Every time these doubts became too much to bear, she opened her closet and ran her fingers over the smooth silk of the pajamas. Those, at least, were tangible proof that she hadn't invented the whole thing. The last Friday before the full moon was a pep rally. Myth had always hated them, the noise, the chanting, having to fake excitement about a sport she couldn't have cared less about. She used to spend that time hiding in the library, but the school administrators had forbidden that after some older guys had caused an incident. So she went with everyone else to the gym, her hood up to avoid notice, allowing the tide of students to carry her until she reached the bleachers, and she climbed to a spot near the top where no one else was sitting. The band was already playing, and the sound of the brass section echoing off the girders made her ears ring. Sophia and Audrey were down on the floor, waving their pom-poms with the other cheerleaders. When they were younger, Myth and Sophia used to make fun of those kinds of girls. Maybe that hadn't been kind, but still, she wondered what had happened between then and now. Sophia was like a totally different person. The senior class president, a chipper girl with wavy red hair named Kristen, bounced up to the microphone. "Hey guys, glad to see how excited everyone is about our game tonight." There was a chorus of cheers and whistles, along with chants of "Go Bulldogs!" Myth thought it was a ridiculous mascot. Bulldogs were the least athletic animal in existence. They could hardly breathe, let alone run. So, before we start, let's announce the winners of this week's spirit contest. You guys all voted for the member of your class with the most school spirit. This week, whoever wins gets a special picture with our mascot, Wrinkles. Unlike many schools, their mascot was an actual bulldog who belonged to one of the math teachers. Wrinkles was getting old, and despite the noise, he was currently passed out asleep on the floor, looking a bit like a half-melted ice cream sundae. Also, as a special treat, you each get a cupcake baked by the cheerleading squad as part of their annual fundraiser. The cheers rose to deafening levels. Myth covered her ears with her hands. Kristen waited for the noise to die down before speaking again. Pretty exciting, right? So, without further ado, the winner of the Freshman Spirit Award is Luke Michelson. He's doing really great on the soccer field this season, so give him a big hand. Everyone clapped as a lanky boy with blonde hair and a lopsided smile walked out onto the floor, waving awkwardly. He took his cupcake, and Kristen moved on. On to the sophomores. The winner is Myth Clearwater. What an interesting name. Apparently she's an artist. Come on up and get your cupcake. There was silence, but for a bit of scattered clapping, and Myth felt like the bottom had fallen out of the world. It was like in a movie where time slowed and all of the voices distorted. She could feel everyone looking at her. Myth Clearwater, is she here? You guys better not have put a fake name in the pot, Kristen said with a forced laugh. Myth stood unsteadily and started to walk down the steps. The thought occurred to her that if she just tripped and fell right there, maybe she'd break her neck. But Vesper was waiting for her. That gave her the strength to make it to the floor, but she couldn't help thinking this had to be a trick. No one would have actually nominated her for anything. But Kristen smiled at her and handed her a chocolate cupcake heaped with brown and white swirls of icing. Myth gazed at it with suspicion, trying to distract herself from the crowd of students who all had their eyes on her. The winners for the junior and senior class were called up, which removed some of the attention on her, and she let herself relax a little. Maybe everything was okay. Could this be Vesper's magic at work? Let's give another hand to the winners of the Spirit Award, Kristen said, and the gym erupted with cheers and whoops. Time to take your picture with Wrinkles. The elderly bulldog was prodded to his feet and persuaded to lumber over to them, his tongue lolling in a canine grin. What happened next, Myth could never be sure, but certainly someone shoved her from behind. She tottered forward, unable to get her balance without dropping the cupcake, and tripped over someone's foot. There was no way to recover from that, and she fell, screwing her eyes shut. She landed heavily on her knees, but she was so off balance that she toppled right onto her face. Of course, she landed on the cupcake. For a few seconds, there was absolute silence. There was frosting in her nose. She wondered if she lay there forever, would the world go on without her? A big, wet tongue licked her face, and a camera flashed, bringing her back to reality. She could hear Sophia and Audrey laughing themselves breathless, and Kristen was asking her if she was all right, pulling Myth to her feet. Her knees were shaking, and the weight of everyone staring at her made her want to sink into the floor. I have to go, she mumbled, and ran out of the gym as fast as her legs could carry her, away from the noise and pointing fingers. Nobody tried to stop her, and she managed to get into the bathroom, which luckily was empty. She washed her face in the sink, tears starting to flow down her cheeks. Her jacket was smeared with chocolate, and there was nothing she could do about it now. But that didn't bother her as much as the memory of everyone's eyes on her as Sophia and Audrey laughed. That had probably been their plan all along, since there was no way the other sophomores would have voted for Myth. It had all been a trick to make her life more miserable, and they'd probably taken the picture too. She was sure it would be all over the internet in an hour or so. The bell rang, and the sound of hundreds of feet could be heard moving down the hall. At least the pep rally was at the end of the day. She put her hood back up and went to her locker, hoping to avoid notice in the press of bodies. All she needed to do was grab her backpack, but she was so upset she did the combination wrong twice before she finally jerked the locker open. Myth, Someone was calling her, and it sounded an awful like Sophia. She yanked her bag off the hook and slammed the locker shut. "Hey, Myth!" Myth turned away and shoved through the crowd. They were all too eager to get home to pay her much attention as she pushed her way through the hall and towards the glass doors that led outside. Her dad would still be picking up her brother. Normally she'd have to wait at least 15 minutes to be picked up, but she didn't want to wait another second. She texted her dad to tell him she was going to walk home and started across the parking lot before anyone could catch up to her. It was only a couple of miles, and if she took the side streets, it would probably only take half an hour. Usually, she didn't want to bother, but today she needed a break from social interaction. She shouldered her backpack, put one earbud in her ear, and started down the sidewalk. The school was in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and there were plenty of people around, young kids mostly, playing in their yards under the watchful eyes of a parent. There was an almost desperate edge to it. It was mid-October, and everyone knew the nice weather would soon be coming to an end. Myth wasn't looking forward to winter either, but she did like Halloween, which was only a few weeks away. A few of the houses were already decorated with spiderwebs, but nobody had pumpkins out yet, of course. Being this close to a high school, they were liable to get smashed if you put them out too early. The parents here were wary of teenagers, and one of them gave her a pointed look as she passed. She ducked her head and turned the corner. There were a bunch of kids standing by one of the fences, laughing, but that wasn't what caught her attention. A noise rose over the children's voices, a shriek of pain and anger that wasn't quite human. Instinct took over and she ran to the group, heart racing with alarm. "What's going on?" Most of the kids scattered, leaving only 2 boys, probably only 10 or 12 years old. They faced her with a mixture of sneering bravado and shame. But she didn't care about them. She cared about the black cat lying unmoving on the ground, a rope tied around its neck. "What are you doing to that poor cat?" "We're just playing with it," said the kid who wasn't holding the makeshift leash, his arms crossed over his chest. "It doesn't belong to anybody." "It doesn't matter whether it belongs to anyone," Myth exclaimed. "You're hurting it. Don't you know animal cruelty is illegal?" As she'd expected, they were young enough to still find the thought of committing a crime scary. They turned pale and the other boy dropped the rope to the ground. She scooped up the cat in her arms, but it was so limp that she feared she'd been too late. "You better get out of here before I call someone." They stared at her, wide-eyed, for the space of a heartbeat or two, and then ran down the sidewalk and disappeared. She loosened the loop on the rope and slipped it from the cat's neck. "Poor kitty. I don't know why anybody would do something like that," Myth murmured, stroking the cat's brow gently with her thumb. Its eyes blinked open, the pupils huge with terror, and it pressed against her chest with its feet in an attempt to escape. "Shh, shh. I won't hurt you," Myth said soothingly. "Just let me get you away from here. We don't want those kids to find you again." To her surprise, the cat looked her straight in the eye and relaxed, settling itself more securely in her arms. It was a striking animal, not a white hair anywhere, with bright orange eyes. "Aren't you a smart kitty? And handsome," she said, giving the cat another pat and starting to walk again. The cat purred as if in agreement. She walked another few blocks and veered towards the woods, the edge of the very same park where she had nearly ended her life a month ago, and set the cat on the ground. "There you go, kitty cat. You'll be as safe as you can in there, and there's plenty of mice to hunt." It stared at her uncomprehendingly, and she patted its head one more time. "Bye, kitty. Maybe I'll see you again soon." Myth sighed as she turned around and started walking toward home again. Her steps and her heart felt lighter. Maybe other people would have thought such a small act of kindness wasn't important, but it made her feel a little bit less useless and wretched. A moment later, she heard a meow behind her, and she turned. The cat was following, not quite running to keep up with her. The moment she stopped walking, it dashed forward and rubbed happily against her legs. "I'm sorry, kitty," she said sadly. "You can't come with me. My dad hates cats." Myth had been begging to have a kitten practically since the moment she started talking, but she'd given up on that dream. Her father had always been vehemently against the idea, and she had no idea why. The cat blinked up at her, gave her one last headbutt, and then turned and walked back into the woods. She shook her head. No one would believe her if she'd told them she'd just met a cat who understood English. Somehow, she had still managed to get home before her father and brother, which was a relief. The encounter with the cat had only temporarily distracted her from what had happened at school, but as she trudged up the stairs to her bedroom, despair crashed over her. Everyone had seen her fall flat on her face, and that wasn't even an exaggeration. She barely remembered to take off her hoodie and put it in the laundry before flinging herself into her bed. Sleep would be best. She wouldn't have to think about anything if she wasn't conscious, but she was too upset to relax. Despite knowing it was a bad idea, she got out her phone and opened Snapchat. All of her notifications were about a photo she'd been tagged in. By Aubrey, of course. Of her two tormentors, Sophia was the most popular. She was blonde, pretty, talented, and had that kind of bubbly personality that drew people to her. So when she made fun of Myth, people listened, but it was Aubrey who was the instigator. The two girls had met at cheer camp 2 summers ago and had been inseparable ever since. That was when Sophia started to treat Myth differently. She clicked through the photo with a feeling of dread, already knowing what it would be. There she was, on the ground, covered in cake. It had even looked worse than she remembered it. Myth buried her face in her pillow, absently pulling her stuffed Pegasus, Cloudy Wing, into the crook of her arm. Everything felt hopeless. What was the point of going to school every day if it was always going to be like this? "Myth, do you want to come eat dinner?" her mother called through the door. "No," she replied, pulling her stuffed animal closer. The door clicked open, and Myth curled in on herself. "The principal called. He told me what happened at the pep rally. He wanted to make sure you were okay." "I'm fine," she mumbled into her pillow. "Just humiliated." "I know it was a bad moment, but it sounds like it was an accident," her mother said, sitting down at the end of the bed. "I'm sure everyone will have forgotten about it by Monday." Myth scowled. "It wasn't an accident. Somebody pushed me," she said, rolling over to look at her mother. "Do you really think people voted for me for some stupid award, and it was a coincidence that the cheerleaders baked cupcakes for the occasion, so I could just happen to fall on one right in front of the whole school? And then, conveniently, Aubrey was right there with the camera and immediately posted pictures so even more people could laugh at me." By the time she had finished talking, tears were running down her face again. "Oh, sweetie." Her mother stroked her hair, and Myth was torn between letting herself be soothed and being annoyed at being treated like an infant. Then she heard the words that made her heart sink. "We can't let these girls keep doing things like this. I'm going to call the principal." "Mom, no!" she exclaimed. "If you do that, they're only going to know that they got to me." Her mother gave her a skeptical look. "Myth, you ran out of the gym crying. I think they know. You have to stand up to people like this. When you let them get away with it, they're only going to do worse things in the future. They could really injure someone someday. I don't want it to be you." "But everyone is going to think that I'm a snitch." Nobody liked kids who couldn't be trusted. Not that anyone liked her anyway. "How is that any worse than what's going on right now? I think if these girls' parents knew what they were up to, the bullying would stop. At the very least, the school can keep a closer eye on things." Myth's mother stood up, wearing an expression that meant there would be no further arguments. "You don't have to come down for dinner, but we're having that macaroni and cheese you really like." Myth's stomach rumbled, but she buried her head further into her pillow. She couldn't bear to see the look of pity on her dad's face. "Maybe later." "If your brother eats it all, it's your loss," her mother said, shrugging as she left the room. Myth doubted they would actually let Orion eat all the macaroni, but she decided that even if he did, the solitude would be worth it. She put on her earbuds and grabbed a sketchpad and a pencil. Drawing would make her feel better. On Saturday, her mother informed her that they had a meeting with the principal on Monday, a meeting which included Sophia and Aubrey and their parents. The very idea made Myth's insides go cold. She just knew Sophia and Aubrey would lie about everything, and people would take their side. That was always what happened. And once they knew the principal wouldn't help, there would be nothing stopping them. She considered her options. The memory of the dark water below the cliff tempted her, an easy end to all her troubles. But Vesper was waiting for her, and she had promised to help him. With only 2 days to go, it would be crazy to give up. An idea began to coalesce in her mind, a way she could avoid the meeting with the principal and still get to Yearning. Her parents would be upset, but then she figured in the end it would be a relief. So she began to make preparations. On Sunday night, everything was ready. Myth said goodnight to her parents at the normal time, feeling a pang of guilt in her heart as she did. She had thought about leaving a note, but she didn't want to take the chance that it would give them some clue to where she was. They'd understand someday, she was sure. She lay in her bed, still dressed under the covers and sweating, waiting for her mother to check on her before she went to bed as she did every night. Around 11, when Myth was fighting to keep her eyes open, she heard the doorknob turn, and a shaft of yellow light from the hallway fell across her face. She breathed out a slow breath, her eyes held closed, and a few seconds later the door clicked shut, leaving her in darkness again. She waited a minute or two before sitting up slowly and creeping to the door to listen. All was quiet. She shrugged into her thick wool jacket and picked her backpack off the ground. It was stuffed full, much heavier than usual, with a sleeping bag strapped on top. Once she had everything she needed, Myth opened her door again slowly. There was no light in the hall except for the nightlight in the bathroom. The house was so silent that it was almost eerie. The first and last time she had sneaked out of the house had been the night she'd first gone to Yearning. She'd been much too upset to notice how loud every movement would seem when she was trying not to make any noise. Her heart pounded as she turned the lock on the side door and pulled it open, but aside from a creak that set her teeth on edge, nothing happened. She hurried through the door, shutting it quietly behind her, and walked out into the weird orange glow of the streetlights. It was a safe neighborhood, at least that's what her parents said, but Myth couldn't help feel a shiver of unease as she walked down the sidewalk. Every noise, every barking dog and passing car made her jump. People weren't out at this time of night. The windows of the houses were dark. She stopped on a deserted street corner, doubt gnawing at her, and heard a sound she hadn't expected, a quiet meow. She looked around for the source of the noise and saw a lithe, dark form come out of the bushes and run toward her. She crouched down instinctively to receive the little purring bundle, and she was so delighted that tears came to her eyes. "Have you been here waiting for me all this time, kitty cat?" The cat nuzzled her face, and a bit of the tension flowed out of her muscles. She stood up, still holding the cat, and it settled itself on her shoulder. "I'm not going back home," she said firmly, "so we don't have to worry about that. Maybe you can come to Yearning with me too." The cat purred and she continued walking, making her way back to the woods. Myth had been playing in this forest since she was a child, and she might have worried that it was the first place her parents would look, but it was so big that she hoped if she went far enough, it would be too hard to find her, at least until she thought of a better plan. There was a place, a shallow cave a little ways off the path. As far as Myth knew, she was the only one who'd ever been in there. It would do for one night at least. Though the path was familiar, Myth's nervousness returned the farther she walked into the forest. There was a different aura here after nightfall, and every snapping twig and creaking branch made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. Her only consolation was that the cat seemed completely unconcerned. "I guess I should give you a name," she said, mostly to distract herself. "I can't just keep calling you Kitty." The cat purred. "How about Midnight?" This time, sharp claws dug into her shoulder. "Okay, that was pretty cliché. Ghost? No. Shadow? No. You're a very picky cat. If you don't like my ideas, you might just have to learn to write." In the distance somewhere, a mournful howl split the air. Myth shivered. Were there wolves around here? Coyotes? She walked faster. The moon was providing just enough light to see the path, but she'd still wish she brought a flashlight after tripping over a root or two. The cat was content to be carried in her arms, despite her stumbling. Finally, she saw the familiar pile of boulders that marked the exit from the main trail. "You'd better get down. It's going to get rough from here." The cat jumped to the ground with a muted meow. The path was more like a game trail now, sloping sharply downward and zigzagging among the rocks. By the time she'd got down to the mouth of the cave, she was scraped and panting, but it was just as she remembered. She raised her phone, sweeping the faint light over the scene. "Looks like nobody's here but us." She shrugged her backpack off, relieved to be rid of the weight, and unclipped the sleeping bag first, rolling it out on a pile of dead leaves that had collected in the corner. Luckily, no animals scurried out. It might not be the most comfortable place she had ever slept in, but it ought to be warm enough. She pulled a water bottle out of her backpack and a little metal cup. Are you thirsty, kitty? I can share some of my water with you, but I don't think I have anything you want to eat. The cat approached the cup, took a few cursory laps of water, and then backed away. Myth shrugged and drank the rest of it herself. She only had 3 bottles of water which had to last for a day unless it rained. No sense wasting it. After that, she took off her boots, turned off her phone, and climbed into her sleeping bag. The cat regarded her silently for several seconds before coming to lie beside her. Once again, a howl sounded in the darkness. Maybe this hadn't been the best idea, Myth thought. But now that she was lying down, she was too exhausted to spend much energy on fear. She fell asleep almost immediately. Chapter 4. Vesper's Surprise. Myth woke in a bed. It took several seconds for her brain to process this information. The last thing she remembered was being in a sleeping bag on the ground, and this wasn't even her bed. The ceiling was blue-green and silver, painted with mermaids and dolphins. She sat up as she realized what must have happened. Somehow she was in Yearning. The poor cat. Just then, the door opened. Myth pulled the blanket tightly around herself, though she realized bleatedly that she was still fully clothed. A female fae, dressed in what Myth had to assume was a servant's uniform, entered the room, emitting a startled squeak when she saw Myth staring at her. I'm so sorry, my lady, she said, bowing low. I didn't expect you to be awake. I have fresh towels for your bathing chamber. It's okay, Myth mumbled awkwardly. I'm just a little surprised to be here. I didn't think the full moon was until tomorrow. Oh, I don't know much about your world, my lady, but the clock tower has chimed twice since this morning. Prince Vesper will want to know that you're awake, but he also said you are to be given time to bathe and dress if you wish. Myth's heart started to race at the mere sound of the prince's name. She wanted to see him as soon as she could, but she wasn't exactly prepared for him to see her. A bath would be great, but do you have any clean clothes I can wear? She hadn't had space to pack more than a couple pairs of clean shirts and underwear, but she didn't see her backpack anywhere. Plus, her regular clothes hardly seemed fit to wear here. Even the servant's uniform was lovely, made of deep purple fabric and embellished with silver ribbon. Of course, my lady. The prince has instructed us to provide you with a number of outfits to choose from, as well as dresses suitable for the ball. Ball? There's a ball? Myth said, her voice raising an octave as she pulled the covers even closer. Yes, my lady, it is a celebration of you, and a formal introduction to the nobility. But you have several hours to prepare beforehand. I will go run your bathwater. Myth wanted to say that she could do it herself, but she felt like that would be insulting. Plus, she wasn't going to complain about having a moment alone to recover from the surprise of waking up here. The last time she was in this bedroom, she had been too tired to appreciate it. She slipped out of the bed, letting her toes sink into the plush blue carpet before walking over to the first thing that caught her eye, a tapestry hanging on the wall. It showed a beautiful woman, the very picture of what Myth imagined a princess should look like. She was walking through a dark forest, and from her upraised hand, light shone like a mini-rayed star. At the top corner, a pair of glowing red eyes glared down at the scene. Your bath is ready, said the maid, emerging from a door on the other side of the room. Would you like me to wash your hair? No, I can do it myself, Myth replied. Thank you. The maid bowed again. I will lay out some clothes for you to choose from. Once you are dressed, the prince has asked that you join him for breakfast. Myth felt a little surge of warmth in her heart as she went into the bathroom. She hoped Vesper was as eager to see her as she was to see him. The bathroom, meanwhile, was just as lovely as the bedroom, decorated in spring green and emerald with gleaming copper fixtures. The wallpaper seemed to be made of living vines, and there was the soothing sound of flowing water coming from a small fountain that served in place of a sink. Steam rose from a huge clawfoot tub in the corner, and when Myth walked over to it, she could see flower petals floating on the surface of the water. She made sure the door was closed and locked behind her before she started undressing. Not that she suspected anyone of nefarious intentions, but the maid didn't appear to share Myth's beliefs about personal boundaries. The bath was glorious. She'd never had a tub big enough to nearly submerge herself in before, and the water not only smelled amazing, it was the perfect temperature for releasing the tension from her muscles. The scent of the shampoo was like fresh blueberry muffins, and the soap was honey and chocolate. It was too good not to luxuriate in, but she didn't forget that Vesper was waiting for her. She came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and found several outfits laying on the bed: shirts, pants, skirts, and even underthings made of beautiful fabric, each one different, but all something Myth might have dreamed up for herself if she'd been told she could wear anything. After trying several things on in front of the mirror, she picked a matching skirt and shirt made of silk in every shade of blue, the many layers fashioned like bird feathers. There were pale blue tights as well, and a pair of tall navy leather boots with wings coming off the back. Just putting them on made her want to squeal with delight. The door opened again. "Your outfit is lovely, my lady," said the same maid from before. "Oh, thank you. You never told me your name?" Myth said, feeling a bit ashamed she hadn't thought to ask earlier, but she'd been a little overwhelmed. "It's Thistle, my lady. Just Thistle," she said, bowing again. "Would you like me to help you with your hair?" Myth's hair was still damp, and she'd wrapped it up in the towel to keep it from messing up her shirt, but normally she would have just let it air dry and brushed it, maybe put it in a ponytail. But now she didn't want to wait, and meeting Vesper was enough of an occasion to do something special. "I mean, if it isn't too much trouble, what were you going to do?" "I thought I could braid it with ribbons and beads to match your clothes. Nothing too elaborate, if you'll just have a seat." The silver chair that Thistle indicated looked too delicate to be sat on, but Myth did so carefully, fidgeting as the Fey girl untwisted the towel from around her head and started brushing her long, dark hair. "So, how long have you been working here?" "Oh, ever since I was old enough to hold a broom, my lady. My mother was the prince's nursemaid," she said. Maybe she used magic to make the brush go through her hair without tangling, but however she did it, it was extremely soothing. "So, have you ever seen this darkness thing that I'm supposed to defeat?" Thistle trembled, and Myth could see in the vanity mirror that she'd gone still and pale. "Not up close, but what I have seen was terrible. Everyone in Yearning has felt its touch. I truly hope that you can help us." "I'm going to do my best," Myth said, clenching her fists. "But I don't know what I'm supposed to do at all." "I'm sure the prince will give you guidance. He is the best ruler Yearning has ever seen," Thistle said, her fingers working quickly. A few minutes later, Myth had an elegant French braid with beads and ribbons woven skillfully into it. "It's amazing," she said. "I wish I could braid my hair like that." "It's nothing special, my lady," Thistle said. "Just a simple magic. But now that you're ready, we shouldn't keep the prince waiting." Myth's heart started to race again as they walked down the corridor, past the statues of previous queens and down another hallway, not toward the throne room if she remembered right. They stopped at a doorway near the end of the hall, and Thistle knocked on the door. "Please enter," said a voice, the one Myth had been hearing in her dreams for the last month. When the door opened, she had to hold herself back from running inside. "I've brought Princess Myth, your highness," Thistle said, bowing deeply. Show her in, please," Vesper said, "and go fetch us breakfast, if you will." Thistle bowed again and backed out of the doorway before shoving Myth forward. Now that the moment had come, her eagerness to see Vesper was tempered by nervousness. Once she came around the door, she could see him on a couch in what looked like some sort of sitting room. He put down the book he'd been reading and rose to his feet when he saw her. Even knowing what he looked like, Myth found it difficult to breathe, seeing how handsome he was. Maybe she had forgotten to move, but he came to her, taking both of her hands in his. "I am so happy to see you again, Myth. Did you sleep well?" "I did," she said, finding her voice. He smiled down at her, and she felt like her heart might explode. "I was a little bit surprised to wake up here, though. I thought the full moon was tomorrow." For the purposes of Yearning, the full moon consists of the 72-hour period surrounding the moment of fruition. So the full moon may be tomorrow, but for us it starts today. "Surely you are not disappointed," he said with a teasing grin. "No," she replied, her cheeks flushing. "Actually, you kinda saved me from an awkward situation." "Come, sit by me, and tell me all that has happened while you were away. I want to hear everything, he said, pulling her toward the couch he had just vacated. I'm sure nothing I did was as exciting as being the Prince of Yearning, she said. Next to him, her life was probably pretty pathetic, but he smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. I want to hear it all nonetheless. After all, I am a prince every day, but I know little of your world. She leaned her head against his shoulder and began to talk, tentatively at first, but he was so attentive, listening and asking questions, that eventually she had told him everything, even the embarrassing parts. So I fell asleep in the cave and woke up here. I'm worried about the cat, though. He didn't seem to have anyone. You have such a compassionate heart, Vesper said, kissing her cheek. I could have not found a better princess. I'm sure the cat will be fine. They're very independent creatures. Thistle then came in with a cart full of food, pastries, eggs, fruit, cheese, coffees, teas, and juice. Everything Myth might have ever wanted for breakfast, and of course it was all delicious. While they ate, Vesper talked about their plans for the day. I thought I might give you a tour of the palace. We have gardens here, as well as many paintings and tapestries, and tonight, of course, will be the ball to celebrate your coming. Thistle did tell me about that, Myth said, shivering slightly with nervousness. But I don't know how to dance or anything. Are you sure this is a good idea? I'll be there to help you, Vesper assured her. Dancing is not as difficult as it seems, but I would not allow you to embarrass yourself. He took a sip of his tea, effortlessly elegant as he held the cup in his slender fingers. So what did you do while I was gone? She asked, and he turned to her with raised eyebrows. You want to know how I've been spending my time? He asked. Running Yearning is nothing interesting, I assure you. Well, like you said, I've never done it before, so it's interesting to me, she replied, smiling at him. Besides, I'm sure that's not all you do. You must have hobbies. Hobbies, Vesper said thoughtfully. I suppose I do. I could show you, but after you have finished eating, of course. Myth's interest was immediately piqued. She took one last drink of coffee and set down her cup. I'm ready, she said brightly. He took her hand and pulled her to her feet. It still made her heart race to feel the warmth of his fingers encircling hers. They walked back up the corridor and down another side passage, then up and up and up a spiraling staircase. Finally, they came out at the top of an octagonal tower with windows on every side, showing the star-flecked violet sky. It's night? Did I sleep that long? She asked, horrified to think she'd wasted so much time. It is always night in Yearning, Vesper said, leading her over to something draped in fabric. A side effect of the darkness that lurks here. But you asked about my hobbies. This is what I do in my spare time. He pulled the fabric aside and revealed a painting, the skyline of Yearning, and in the distance, the ocean, the waves whipped into a frenzy by a storm. There was something about the image that was desolately beautiful. You painted it? Myth gasped. I do some art at home, but nothing like this. It's amazing. I'm glad you like it, he said, his hand resting on the small of her back. I didn't know you were an artist as well. Perhaps on another day we can paint something together. I'd like that, she said, her face dangerously hot, but I think I'd just mess up everything you'd do. I'm sure that isn't true. You should have more faith in your abilities, he said. But for now, let us tour the rest of the palace. It was a blur. Corridor after corridor, room after room, all absolutely gorgeous. And paintings, jewels, and priceless artifacts. The tapestries, she learned, changed their images in different colors of light, so in the shifting hues of the main corridor, they appeared to be animated. And the library was huge, with soaring ceilings lit by hundreds of floating candles with so many books, she knew it would take multiple lifetimes to read them all. She hoped no one was planning on asking the details of what she'd seen. She could barely process it. It was a relief to stop for lunch in one of the gardens. They sat next to a fountain, listening to the sound of trickling water and the calls of night birds. The air was thick with flowery perfume. What did you think of the tour? Vesper asked after they were served sandwiches, fresh fruit, and more lemonade. Everything was beautiful. It was a little overwhelming, she admitted. Perhaps you'd like to go to your room and relax for a little while, he said gently. I have a few things to prepare for tonight. I have a surprise for you. You're already doing so much for me, she protested. He had never asked for anything in repayment, except for her to be the princess and defeat the darkness. But every new thing he did for her felt like another layer of pressure. She had no idea what this darkness even was. How could she stop it? It is only a small thing, he assured her. Nothing to trouble yourself about. They ate, chatting idly about the garden, and just about the time Myth was getting full, she let out a giant yawn. Are you sure you wouldn't like to rest before tonight? She didn't want to leave him, but the thought of a nap was inviting. Maybe I will, just for a little while. I don't want to waste our time together. Tonight, I promise I will not leave your side, he said, taking her hand and bringing it to his lips. As he was walking her to her room, she could think of nothing but his kiss the last time they'd been together. Would it happen again? Her cheeks warmed at the thought. When they reached the door, he pulled her close, his mouth next to her ear. I can't wait to see what gown you choose. She shivered as his lips pressed against her cheek. I will see you soon. She was too dizzied by him to be disappointed that it hadn't been a real kiss. Myth sighed as she lay back in the bed fully clothed. She wasn't sleepy exactly, but she felt drained. As much faith as Vesper seemed to have in her, she wasn't convinced that she was cut out to be a princess, but she wanted to. The more time she spent with him, the more she never wanted to leave. She'd be going home in 3 days. Her parents probably hadn't even noticed she was gone, and who knew what would happen with the meeting now? Would they think she had been there, or would it be rescheduled? It was unpleasant to think about, and she closed her eyes. Thistle woke her up some time later, and Myth blinked groggily, wiping the sleep from her eyelashes. It's time to begin getting ready for the ball, my lady, the maid said. First, you should choose what dress you wish to wear. I've brought out several that I think will complement your coloring. There was an emerald green gown with silk and tulle layered in the shape of leaves. This will bring out the color of your eyes, Thistle said. The next dress was violet, made of velvet and black lace embellished with roses. It had a sort of gothic elegance that was appealing. But it was the third dress that took Myth's breath away. It was navy blue at first glance, but the fabric shimmered with iridescence every time it moved, shifting into purple and green just like the sky above Yearning. And this was on purpose, for the fabric was studded with tiny gems to represent the stars. Myth thought of the view outside Vesper's tower and nodded. Definitely this one, she said. Thistle smiled. It will look lovely on you, my lady, and I can find you some jewelry to match as well. I'm sure the prince will be pleased. Myth hoped she was right. Getting into the dress was somewhat complicated. There were stockings with garters and ruffled petticoats, but when it was all done and Thistle had undone her braid, brushing her hair into long, dark waves held back with silver, moon-shaped pins, Myth looked in the mirror and saw a real princess. What do you think, my lady? You did an amazing job, Myth replied. I hardly recognize myself. She did a little twirl and laughed as her skirts swirled around her, squeezing Thistle in an impromptu hug. The maid smiled, slightly bewildered. I'm glad you're happy, my lady. But if you're ready, we shouldn't keep Prince Vesper waiting. He said to meet him in the sitting room when you are dressed. Myth's heart was hammering as they walked down the same corridor that they'd gone down that morning. The door to the sitting room was open this time, and when Thistle nudged her through the doorway, Myth saw Vesper standing in front of the window, looking out onto his city of perpetual night. He was wearing a silver cape and his hair was tied back at his neck, exposing his long, tapered ears. As usual, she thought he was almost too beautiful to be real. He turned, and she could see his eyes widen the moment he beheld her. I did not believe you could become more beautiful, but it seems I was incorrect, he said, taking 2 long strides to meet her. You look stunning. I shall have to keep you close, lest someone try to steal you away. He slipped an arm around her waist, and she let herself be pulled into his warmth. He smelled like pine woods and musk, and Myth felt dizzy, almost intoxicated by his presence. Not interested in anyone else, she said. Vesper grinned in a satisfied way. In that case, we had better make our way to the ballroom. After all, they can't start without us. The ballroom was near the throne room, but up 2 floors, and the whole way there they passed groups of servants bustling by with drinks and snacks, bowing as they recognized their prince. At the top of another short flight of stairs, there was a curtained archway, and Quince was standing there, obviously waiting for them. Behind her, Myth could hear the sounds of music, laughter, and conversation. "The people were getting restless, Your Highness. I'm glad you've arrived," she said, though her smile was cheerful. "Waiting a few minutes didn't cause them any harm," Vesper said. "Are you ready to announce us?" "Of course." She went through the curtain and a bell rang loudly. "Please attend to the arrival of the Prince and Princess of Yearning," Quince said in a clear, forceful tone. There was a hush on the other side of the curtain. "Shall we?" Vesper asked, taking her arm. Myth bit her lip, trying her best to keep from shaking as they went through the curtain, emerging at the top of a flight of stairs bathed in the bright light. Because of the glare, she couldn't really see all the people on the floor below, but she could feel the weight of their stares. "Thank you, everyone," Vesper said, extending the arm that wasn't holding hers, "for attending this celebration of Yearning's Princess, Myth. Let us make this a night to remember." The room filled with applause, and they went down the stairs as music began to play. The ballroom was beautiful, of course, with the walls covered in mirrors and gilded frames, and images of the sun decorating the walls and ceiling. She couldn't help wondering if this was a relic of a time before the darkness, or if this was where the nobility went to forget their troubles. Vesper led her through the throng, stopping for introductions with a few people. Myth thought she managed not to make a fool of herself, but she doubted she'd remember anything tomorrow. One of the servants came by with a tray of drinks. "This is a special wine that is only served in Yearning," Vesper said. "It is like champagne in your world, though I suppose you won't know what that tastes like either." In fact, her mother had let her try some last year on New Year's Eve. She remembered it as sweet, sharp, and bubbly, a cross between Sprite and a slightly underripe peach. It was her choice, she knew, and tonight she was feeling daring. She accepted the delicate glass that he offered and tipped the glimmering liquid to her lips. To say it was like champagne was doing it a disservice. It tasted like honey and flowers and sunlight, light and sweet as rain on a parched throat, and it fizzed straight from her mouth to her brain. She giggled and drained the glass. "That was delicious," she said, reaching to take another. Vesper stopped her, chuckling. "I think it's best if you take it slowly. The effects of the wine on mortals can be unpredictable." He took her hand to lead her further into the ballroom, close to where the musicians were playing. The music was nothing like she'd ever heard before. She felt like it was drawing her in, playing directly upon her soul, and she wanted to lose herself in the sweep of its melody. "Would you like to dance?" Vesper asked. Whether it was the wine or the music, she wasn't sure, but dancing sounded like a much better idea than it had before. "Yes, I would." He took one of her hands and laid the other on her hip. Myth was glad she knew at least enough to put her free hand on his shoulder. Then they started to move. But this was nothing like the dances she'd been to at school, the awkward swaying back and forth. They glided and twirled to the music in a way that made her heart race. It felt like flying. She didn't even know how she was doing it. Probably magic was involved. After one last soaring note, the music faded away, and Myth found herself pulled tight to Vesper's chest. She could hear her heart hammering in her ears, and he was breathing hard. "You see, that wasn't so difficult, was it?" Their faces were nearly touching, and she wondered, would it be rude to kiss him right here in the middle of everyone? But she didn't get the chance to find out because Quince appeared out of nowhere and whispered something into Vesper's ear. He nodded. "It's time for your surprise, my love." Those two little words made her heart skip a beat, and she hardly noticed him leading her away. Either the thrones had been brought all the way from the throne room, or the ones on the dais here were exact copies. Myth seated herself on the throne of the sun, and Vesper sat next to her on the moon throne. "Send in our guests," he called. The rest of the Fays moved back, forming a corridor, and Quince marched through, leading 3 figures behind her. It took Myth a moment to realize that they were in chains, and then a moment more to recognize them. Ethan, Sophia, and Audrey were brought before the dais, and Quince yanked sharply on their bonds, bringing them to their knees. "These are the people that have hurt you, are they not, Princess Myth?" Vesper asked, his voice suddenly deep and authoritative. She looked down on them. Sophia was crying, Ethan looked bewildered, but Aubrey looked up, glaring in defiance. Her? A princess? What kind of sick joke is this? She spat. Before Myth could react, Quince stepped forward, smacking Aubrey across the face. The sound echoed across the room, followed by a yelp of pain. Do not disrespect Princess Myth, Quince said in a voice like a needle of ice. Sophia's sobs increased in volume. Aubrey was still glaring, but now there was fear in her eyes. Something in Myth exulted to see them suffer. It was what they deserved, wasn't it? These are the ones? Vesper asked again, bringing her back to the present. Yes, Myth said. What will you do with them? A part of her mind told her that she should be worried about the fate of her classmates, but she couldn't make herself care. They will be punished. I intend to make sure these people never hurt you again. Vesper's eyes were cold and hard, making her shiver. Take them to the dungeons, for now. Quince yanked on the chains again, her smile cruel, and led them out of the ballroom. As soon as the door shut, the music began again. Myth felt a strange sort of dissonance in her heart, but Vesper took her hand again. Let us rejoin the festivities, he said. His smile seemed to wash away all her previous doubts and fears. Yes, let's, she agreed, and they walked back out onto the dance floor. Chapter 5. Vengeance. They danced until Myth was dizzy with twirling, and then they went into the garden. She found herself sitting in Vesper's lap in a secluded alcove, and her body was buzzing with tingling warmth that she didn't think was entirely due to the wine. He left a warm kiss on the curve of her shoulder, and his hand moved slowly over her hip. She shivered, leaning into him, feeling brave enough to reach out and touch his cheek. He didn't pull away, but closed his eyes, his own hand moving over hers, pressing her against his skin. He kissed her palm and then her wrist, his eyes like embers, and she felt she might shake apart. His fingers slid down her arm and over her shoulder, tracing the line of her collarbone, every movement smooth and sure. She felt clumsy as she hesitantly curved her hand around the back of his neck, burying her fingers in his hair. When he kissed her again, his teeth scraped over her lips and she gasped. I'm sorry, he said roughly. I did not intend to hurt you. No, Myth replied, breathless and clutching the stiff fabric of his jacket in shaking fingers. She'd read enough steamy novels to know what this feeling was, the heat that just burned her under the skin. But even identifying her desire didn't mean she knew what to do with it. It didn't hurt. I was surprised. She'd been told she was too young for these feelings. Shame warred with excitement. I would never want to cause you pain, Myth. I hope you know that, Vesper said, kissing her more softly. Your happiness is my only wish. I'm happy right now, she said, and it was true. Despite her insecurities, her whole being was suffused with elation. I could make you even happier, he said, his voice low and silken. She let out a startled squeak and clapped her hand over her mouth in embarrassment. He smiled. It's all right if you are not ready. Somehow, the fact that he was willing to wait solidified her decision. No, I want to be with you, she said, but I don't know what I'm doing. I will help you. Together, we will learn how to best please each other, he said. But I believe we should take this conversation somewhere more private. He gathered her close and kissed her deeply. Their tongues brushed, and she felt like she was falling. Vesper pulled away to take a breath, and Myth realized they were now in her bedroom in the palace, sitting on the bed. How did we... He laughed. Magic. Myth woke slowly into dim light. There was a strange sensation against her back, something warm and smooth and solid. Vesper. The memory of their time together the night before made heat rise to her cheeks, but not in a bad way. It had been wonderful, really, especially considering everything she'd heard before about being with a man was at least a little bit terrifying. She turned to look, slowly so as not to wake him. He turned away from her in the night, and his long dark hair was fanned out on the pillow, much like hers in appearance, only less curly and with a slight purple sheen in the light. She brushed it away from his face, touching the smooth brown skin of his cheek. He gasped and grabbed her wrist in a movement too fast to see. For a split second, his hand was like a vice. She whimpered. "Myth!" he exclaimed, releasing her arm and sitting up. "I'm sorry. I was having a terrible dream." She leaned her head against his shoulder. She still wasn't sure what kind of affection was appropriate at this point. The last time she'd had a boyfriend, she'd been 12, and it lasted all of 2 weeks. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and kissed her temple. "Just having you here is enough," he said, stroking her hair. "I will call for breakfast and a bath." Later in the day, they walked in the garden hand in hand, heading to an entertainment that Quince had arranged for them. Myth felt like she was walking on the clouds, and everything was perfect. They walked through rows of fruit trees, the petals drifting on the breeze, and then they came to the edge of an actual forest. "Aren't we still inside the city?" Myth asked. "I don't remember seeing a forest on my way here." "This is the rear side of the city, on the opposite side from the sea. The walls do not enclose the forest, actually. When the city was built, the architects believed that the forest itself was a better defense than any wall." "Why? Is it dangerous?" She shivered and he squeezed her hand in reassurance. "There are fierce creatures in the deeper parts, but the forest has its own magic. It is treacherous and confusing. The paths shift to lead travelers astray. In ancient days, the test of adulthood was to be led into the forest blindfolded. You would have to spend the night and find your way back home alone. Many died, so they say." He flashed her a grin. "But do not worry. We will only be going to the edge of the forest today." He pointed to a large fenced area just under the shallow of the trees. "What is it?" Myth finally asked after several seconds of trying to puzzle it out herself. "An archery range," Vesper replied, and now she could see targets set up at one end. "Archery is a very traditional discipline among the Fays." "I've always wanted to try it," Myth said. It was one of those things that she knew was a bit silly, but ever since she saw The Lord of the Rings, she'd wanted her own bow. "You'll have a chance to today," he said, and he opened the gate. Quince was waiting for them on the other side. "Your Highnesses, we've been waiting for you." Myth might have asked who we were, but Quince stood aside, and she could see the prisoners chained up by the far wall. They were dirty, bruised, and haggard. Clearly, their night had not been nearly as pleasant as hers. "What's going on? I don't understand." "We thought your classmates could learn a little lesson in humility," Quince said, and for the first time, Myth detected a sadistic undertone to her enthusiasm. It made her uneasy, and Vesper, possibly sensing this, put a hand on her shoulder. "This is just a little something to frighten them so that they will not bother you again, and I thought it would be a good way to exercise your frustrations." "Okay," Myth said, still not entirely comfortable, but willing to at least see what they intended. "Set up the targets," Vesper said, and the 3 prisoners were led out to the archery range and tied to large wooden bullseyes, obviously made just for the purpose. Myth tried not to wonder how long they'd been here. "You want me to shoot arrows at them?" she asked weakly, part of her disbelieving what was happening, while another part told her she should have expected something to go wrong. Her mother had always told her that if something seemed too good to be true, it probably was. "They're magic arrows," he said, handing her a beautifully crafted bow and a quiver that he clipped to her belt. "They pass through flesh harmlessly." Myth's stomach was still churning with unease, but maybe Vesper was right. It wouldn't actually hurt anyone, and maybe this way she could finally go to school in peace. "I've never used a bow before." He smiled with gentle amusement. "The basic method is simple. You knock the arrow on the string," he said, showing her the notch on the feathered end of the arrow. "Then raise the bow. Keep both eyes open and pull the arrow to your cheek." He adjusted her stance, and her skin tingled at every place his hands touched. "Now, let loose." The arrow zipped away, and Aubrey screamed, but it buried itself in the ground at her feet. She scowled. "You can't even hit us when we're tied up," she scoffed. As quick as lightning, Vesper grabbed another bow, drew an arrow back, and fired. The arrow thunked into the wood millimeters from Aubrey's hand. Even from where she stood, Myth could see the sweat drops standing out on Aubrey's forehead. "Next time, I won't miss. I suggest you keep your mouth shut," Vesper said. In the background, Quince giggled. He set his bow aside and turned back to Myth. Try again. Draw the arrow all the way back and hold it steady as you release. She took a deep breath and nocked another arrow. This one hit the target an inch past Aubrey's shoulder. Tears were now streaming down her face. Why are you doing this? Sophia cried. Hot anger boiled up Myth's throat. Why? You seriously can't think of a single reason? Over the past year, you've done nothing but make my life a living hell. She grabbed another arrow. Those were just jokes, Sophia said, her voice shaking. They weren't funny. Myth snapped, and this time she fired at Sophia. The arrow hit the wood right next to Sophia's face, and she screamed. At first, Myth thought it was only fear, but then she saw the blood. Those arrows were supposed to be harmless, Vesper shouted at Quince. But it's much more fun this way, she said with a peal of laughter, and meanwhile, Sophia was still screaming. I'm sorry, Myth, Ethan said in a hoarse voice, the first words he had spoken. I didn't want to hurt you. I only did it because I wanted Sophia to like me. Please don't kill us. It was pathetic and horrible, and blood was pouring down Sophia's cheek, and Quince was laughing and laughing. Myth turned and ran, out of the gate and across the grass and into the forest, her eyes half blind with tears. She wasn't even thinking about where she was going until she tripped over a log, falling hard on her hands. The snap of her wrist was felt more than heard. It didn't hurt as bad as she expected at first, and she got to her feet and kept walking, clutching her arm to her chest. She had no plan, she just needed to be away from there. Her wrist started throbbing. It was what she deserved, she told herself, panting as she sat down on a rock next to a stream. She'd shot someone in the face with an arrow. Never mind that it shouldn't have actually hurt them. It had been cruel, crueler even than anything they had done to her. She didn't know what had come over her, and now what would she do? Running into the forest had been stupid. What would happen if she couldn't find her way back to Yearning? There was a rustling, cracking sound in the forest beyond. She shivered, hugging herself, which nudged her wrist in a way that made her cry out. What if that was one of the dangerous creatures Vesper had spoken about before? She had to keep moving. She crossed the stream and plunged deeper into the forest. The air grew darker and darker. She had become somewhat used to having only moon and starlight to see by, but now there wasn't even that. She tripped again, barely catching herself by grabbing a tree trunk with her good hand, and it scraped her palm painfully. A strange, ululating howl echoed through the shadows, and sharp lances of pain shot through her arm with every heartbeat. She sat down on the ground, defeated, tears starting to stream down her face again. How could she be so stupid and useless? Even in fairyland, she couldn't help but screw everything up. Once again, she heard branches snapping behind her, the sound of something approaching. There didn't seem to be any point in trying to flee, perhaps if she was very, very still. Something grabbed her shoulder and she screamed. Shh, it's all right, said a familiar voice. Vesper. A fresh flood of tears filled her vision, but these were tears of relief. I thought you were a wild animal. I'm sorry I'm such a nuisance. You aren't a nuisance, but I was worried about you, he said, reaching out to help her to her feet. She kept her injured arm close to her chest. What happened to your arm? Let me see. I fell, she said, gasping as he lifted her wrist and gingerly examined it. It is broken. I can fix it back at the palace. Unfortunately, teleportation only works inside the palace for defensive reasons. We will have to walk, he said, and he scooped her up in his arms. It would have been more romantic if she hadn't been in so much pain. He held her tightly for a moment, but didn't move. She could hear him breathing long, slow breaths. I'm sorry about what happened. Quince's behavior was out of line, he said as he started to walk, sure-footed even while carrying her. I don't want to hurt people, she said, shivering. I shouldn't have even fired those arrows. You would forgive them after everything they have done to you? Vesper asked, incredulous. I don't mean I forgive them, but hurting them like that won't solve anything, she replied, sighing. That just makes me as bad as they are. You are a good person, Myth. My people believe strongly in revenge, and I thought it would ease your despair. I'm afraid I have failed you. She looked up at him in surprise. What do you mean? You've done so much for me. I promised you that you would be happy here. Today, you have cried and been frightened and broken your arm. I can't imagine you're enjoying yourself." It was hard to argue with how bad her day had been, but she didn't blame Vesper. "Being with you makes me happy," she said, resting her head on his chest. He kissed her forehead. "I'm glad that's still true, but He shook his head, sighing. "I hope that is enough." They emerged from the forest, and he mounted the stairs. Myth hissed as her wrist was jostled. "Hold on, just a few minutes longer." By the time they were finally in the palace, she was gritting her teeth to keep from crying out. "We'll go to my room," he said, though Myth thought he was talking more to himself. The next thing she knew, they were in Vesper's room. She figured it was the work of Vesper's magic. The room was decorated in welcoming browns and creams, but she was hardly in shape to appreciate it. He laid her on the bed and took a bottle from a nearby shelf. "This will dull the pain," he said, tipping it into her mouth. It was cold at first, like peppermint, and then her whole body was filled with comforting warmth. She could breathe again. "Better?" he asked, and she nodded, still trying to recover her powers of speech. "I'm afraid I'm not practiced with healing magic, but I believe this will do the trick. It may be uncomfortable, but only for a moment." He grasped the fingers of her injured hand in one of his own and gripped her elbow with the other. A glowing web of light wove itself around her arm, and Vesper yanked hard on her fingers. There was an unpleasant grating sensation, and then nothing. Her wrist was back to normal. She let out a breath and wiggled her fingers. The warmth of the potion was still flowing through her, but she had a feeling that even without it, the pain would be gone. "Thank you," she said. "That was pretty amazing." Vesper shrugged. "It was the least I could do, considering this was mostly my fault." He sat down next to her on the bed, lightly stroking her hair. "You should get rest. That potion tends to cause fatigue as a side effect." Her limbs were already heavy, but there was something Myth needed to know. "What will happen to them, my classmates?" "Quince took them back to the dungeon," he said, and he wouldn't meet her eyes. "But what will she do with them? Can't you just let them go?" He shook his head. "I may be the prince, but Quince is the warden of the city. She is appointed by the council, of which I am only a member. What she does with prisoners is outside my purview. I can only make suggestions, and she isn't fond of mortals." Myth frowned. "She always seems so friendly." His gaze on her turned sorrowful. "In Yearning, nothing is as it seems. I had hoped you wouldn't have to experience it." Something about that didn't make sense to her, but her thoughts were slow and muddled. Vesper moved away, pressing another kiss to her temple, and she laid her head on the pillow and was soon asleep. When she woke, several hours had passed. They ate dinner together on the balcony and spent a quiet hour walking on the beach, but she could tell his thoughts were elsewhere. She couldn't stop thinking about Sophia, Audrey, and Ethan. As much as she hated them, she couldn't bear the thought that they were suffering who knows what, and it was partly her fault. They went back to his room that night, and there was a desperate edge to his kisses, as if he thought he loved her hard enough it would drive away whatever was troubling him. Myth didn't mind the distraction, but later on she woke into darkness, her mind reeling from a barely remembered nightmare. She got up to get a drink of water and looked at herself in the mirror. Was she really the kind of person who would let other people be tortured when she had the power to help? She was the princess of Yearning. It had to be good for something. She dressed quietly in the dim light, careful not to wake Vesper. He was a good person at heart, she thought, but he would try to stop her from interfering. There was something going on that she didn't understand. Out the door and down the stairs, and then she was in the main corridor again. Would one of the servants tell her what she needed to know? At this time of night, they were few and far between, but she finally spotted a maid pushing a cart. "Excuse me?" The maid turned around, and her face bloomed into a bright smile. It was Thistle. "Lady Myth, I'm so glad to see you well. I heard you had some kind of accident in the forest. Everyone was worried." "I'm all right," Myth assured her. "Vesper healed me right up. But I was wondering if you know where they keep the prisoners. Is it somewhere in the palace?" Thistle bit her lip. "We aren't supposed to talk about it, but as you're the princess, the dungeons are in the Storm Tower. It isn't even in the city." Myth remembered seeing the forbidding spire of black stone on the night of her arrival. That dark tower outside the walls? Thistle nodded. Thanks. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. There's just something I need to check.
Chapter 6. The Storm Tower. It took some navigating to find her way out of the palace, but eventually, Myth found a sort of side gate that the servants went through. No one tried to stop or question her, but she did get a few funny looks, so when she saw a bunch of heavy cloaks hanging along the wall just inside the doorway, she took one with a pang of guilt. With the hood concealing her face, she plunged into the city. The streets were fairly busy even at this hour, and Myth wondered if the people of Yearning even had such a concept of normal sleeping hours, if it was always night. She let herself get lost in the crowd, moving ever downward along the main road toward the city gate. The streets grew emptier the closer she got, but no one seemed to pay her much mind, and when she reached the gate, it was open. There were watchtowers above, but no one blocking the way. She took a deep breath. Somewhere she'd heard the best way to not attract notice was to look like you knew what you were doing. So she drew herself up, her spine straight and her head held high, and marched through the gate as if she did it every day. Her heart was hammering against her ribcage, but 50 yards outside the walls and no one had followed her, or even called out. She slowed her steps and looked around. The tower was some distance to her left, looming unpleasantly against the horizon, and she could see a road veering in that direction just ahead. But after a moment of thought, she decided she'd rather not be found on the road. Instead, she passed by it and squeezed through a gap in the hedge to walk among the trees. She could follow alongside the road, and, hopefully, no one would see her and become suspicious. In the distance, the clock tower rang. Vesper had told her more details of how it worked. Each 12-hour period had a different chime, the song shortening as the end of the full moon drew near until the end of the final day, when each hour only received a single gong. As far as the full moon was concerned, it was the midpoint of the second day, so there was a short, mournful tune, followed by 7 rings of the large bell. Not much time to be left with Vesper, and Myth felt her stomach twist with guilt for leaving. But she had to know. Myth crept through the fruit trees, being careful to make as little noise as possible, but she didn't encounter anyone else. The journey seemed to take forever. What if Vesper woke up and found her gone? What would he think? Finally, the tower loomed up beside her, and she could hear voices. She pressed her back to a wide tree trunk and listened. "Should I get a healer to look at them?" said a low, masculine voice. "No," said another. It took a moment for Myth to realize that it was Quince. Her high voice was cold and emotionless. "The mortal scum can take care of themselves." "Yes, my lady," said the first person. Myth thought he must be a guard. "I will return after I take my rest," Quince said, and Myth heard her footsteps retreating up the path toward the city. Only then did she feel safe enough to peer around the tree trunk. A fae wearing armor stood in front of the tower, grumbling. "She gives me the shivers, she does," he muttered, turning to the wall. It appeared blank at first glance, but he placed his hand on the stone and it lit up in an intricate design. He touched the image quickly with his fingers. The picture changed, and a door unfolded from the wall like a blossom opening. As soon as the guard walked through, the doorway disappeared. Myth gasped and rushed forward. How would she ever get inside? She chewed her lip, eyes narrowed. There was nothing to do but try and copy what the guard had done, but her hands were already shaking. What if they were watching her right now? Even if that wasn't true, she was sure that if she messed it up, some sort of alarm would go off. What would Quince do if she found out? Surely Vesper wouldn't let her do anything too crazy. They did need a princess, after all. Myth decided that if she was caught, she would just claim that she was curious about what was inside. She took a deep breath and pressed her hand against the wall, hoping that the spell would still react to a human. To her relief, the same design appeared, a flower with 5 petals that glowed with magic. In her mind, she played back the memory of the guard opening the door. He'd touched the upper left corner first, she was sure, and yes, when she put her own finger tentatively to the same spot, the image changed to something that might have been part of a sun. All right, from what she had seen, the guard hadn't activated the image in a continuous circle. He'd been careful, so there must be a particular order this went in. She thought hard, trying to ignore her racing heart and sweaty palms. Next was near the bottom. Sure enough, another solar ray appeared, but the first vanished. Myth grimaced. This was obviously some sort of puzzle. Who would put a puzzle in a door? She blew a sharp blast of air out her nose and started over. The upper left, and then maybe the bottom right? This time, 2 more sections of the sun lit up. It took a few more tries. Sometimes a certain spot would activate a few sections, but deactivate others. She had to figure out what combination would work, and the whole time, she was terrified that a guard would come out or an alarm would sound at any minute. But finally, the sun was complete. The door yawned open in front of her, dark and silent. Either the guards here were not very vigilant, or they were just waiting inside to trap her. She could turn away, run back to the palace and lie down next to Vesper, pretend none of this had happened. Except, she knew that Sophia, Ethan, and Audrey were trapped inside, probably being tortured. They certainly weren't being treated well, she was sure. If she didn't do something about it, wouldn't that make her almost as bad as Quince? Myth steeled herself and walked forward into the darkness. It took a moment for her eyes to get used to the light, dim green and wavering in crystal sconces on the bare stone walls. The dungeon, there was no other word for it, was silent except for the distant sound of dripping water. Myth walked on cautiously, her breath loud in her ears. There was a short hallway crossing the main one, but all the cells were empty. She continued forward, up a spiraling staircase, and she could hear footsteps. A light metallic jingle, and the sound of quiet humming. It could only be the guard, and that meant there were probably prisoners up there. How could she get past? Out of the corner of her eye, she spied a window at the top of the stairs, only a few inches wider than her arm. Next to it, a helmet hanging on the wall, no doubt cast aside for comfort. It felt like one of those light bulb moments from a cartoon. Moving as carefully as she could, she lifted the helmet from its hook and crept to the window. It took some time to get the helmet through the small gap without making noise, but finally her hand was outside. She let it go. The helmet fell, banging against the side of the building at least once before landing on the ground with a clanging thud. She retreated to a dark corner, pressing herself against the wall, and just as she'd hoped, the guard rushed past a moment later and went out the door. Myth knew there was no time to waste. She ran down the hall the guard had just left and looked into the first cell. It was empty. The second cell, however, she could just see a human form, lying on his side in the corner. She peered into the gloom and realized that it was Ethan. "Ethan," she called softly. "Are you okay?" There was no answer. The person on the floor didn't even move. Maybe he hadn't heard her. "Ethan!" she said more loudly. She supposed he had reason not to want to talk to her, but this hardly seemed like the time to hold a grudge. "Ethan!" "You're too late to help that one, princess," said a raspy feminine voice from across the corridor. "Quince took a special dislike to him because he's pretty. Her punishments were too harsh." Myth spun around. "You don't mean—" she asked with dawning horror. "He's dead," said the thin and ragged Fae, staring at her through the bars of the cell. "The others will be lucky to last the rest of the full moon." She said it so matter-of-factly, but Myth felt her chest tighten and tears burn at the corner of her eyes. "Vesper wouldn't let that happen," Myth said weakly. "He's using you," said the Fae in the cell. "He seems kind and charming now, but that crown on your head is sucking out your life." "Crown?" Without meaning to, Myth's hand went to her head, and she gasped when she felt cold metal under her fingers. How had she forgotten about the crown? Had she been wearing it ever since the first day in Yearning? "Who are you?" she asked, leaning toward the almost skeletal form on the other side of the bars. "You can call me Whisper, but there's no time for chatting. You have to destroy the crown." "But why? How?" A soft, rhythmic clink sounded from down the steps. It could only be the guard. Myth ducked back into the shadows of the corner, her heart pounding. "Bats again," he muttered under his breath. I've asked the council 1,000 times to get rid of those good-for-nothing pests. He passed by Vesper's cell, banging on it with his metal gauntlet. Better not be trying to escape, witch. Myth could not see Vesper's face, but she could hear the sneer in her voice. If I was trying to escape, I'd wait until you pass out again from that violet liquor you love so much. Shut up, the guard growled, rattling the bars of the cage in frustration. A moment later, Myth heard him muttering farther down the corridor. That stuff is too expensive to drink all the time anyway. I don't get paid enough for this crap. Though she found the conversation fascinating in a sort of horrific way, Myth knew this was her best chance to get out. She made her way back down the stairs as quickly and quietly as she could, hoping that there wasn't some sort of puzzle on the exit as well. There was a blank wall where the door had been. Myth bit her lip, considering. There had to be some switch or lever to allow exit, because the guard had gotten out fairly quickly, but she couldn't see anything immediately obvious. Yanking on the sconces had no effect. She was getting desperate, and started pushing on the wall itself, hoping there was a loose stone that acted like a button or something. But when she put her hand to the center of the wall, it sunk up to the elbow. She barely managed not to scream. The wall was some kind of illusion. Obviously, the Fays were counting on prisoners to forget what the door was, but it seemed like pretty lax security. Unless it was a trap. Still, it was the only way out Myth could see. She took a deep breath and plunged into the wall. It was horribly claustrophobic, a void pressing in on her on all sides with suffocating force, and then she burst back out into the vivid night. As troubled as she was by what she'd discovered, she didn't take the time to stop and think before hurrying back into the city. When she finally arrived in her bedroom, Vesper was still there, by all appearances asleep. She slipped into bed beside him and he turned, pulling her close against his chest. Myth let out a small sigh of relief, but even with Vesper's soothing warmth and scent surrounding her, she couldn't sleep. Visions of Ethan's body lying in the cell kept playing through her vision. As much as she disliked Sophia and Audrey, she couldn't let the same thing happen to them. She considered telling Vesper. Vesper had said not to trust him, but Myth couldn't believe he was evil enough to let someone die. Still, he hadn't stopped Quince before, even though he clearly knew what she was capable of. No, Myth decided, her fists clenching. She was on her own. An idea began to take shape in her mind, and with that to comfort her, she was finally able to fall back asleep. After breakfast the next morning, Vesper took her to the palace menagerie. Several rooms and their accompanying gardens were stocked with fantastical animals of every kind. Unicorns, winged wolves, foxes with multiple tails, even a small dragon. Myth wanted to be interested. The animals were fascinating, and she was genuinely surprised at how happy and healthy they seemed. But that only made the treatment of mortal prisoners all the more troubling. Were humans really worth less than animals to the Fays? And what did that mean about her relationship with Vesper? As if he'd sensed the turn of her thoughts, he took her hand and squeezed it. You don't seem to be enjoying yourself, my love. Is something troubling you? She tried to ignore the fluttering in her chest at his words. She couldn't afford to get distracted. I guess I'm just still bothered by what happened yesterday, she said, hugging herself. It wasn't even a lie. Vesper frowned. I had hoped this would take your mind off of things. Perhaps we need to get away from the city for the evening. Myth suppressed her feelings of alarm. The plan wouldn't work if they left. I'm sorry, I don't mean to worry you. You don't have to go through all of that trouble for me. This is our last night together, until the next full moon. I want you to enjoy it, he said, reaching up to stroke her hair. Surely he couldn't be as evil as Vesper said he was, but she couldn't let the prisoners suffer any longer. Actually, I heard someone talking about a liquor made from violets. That sounds amazing. I didn't know you could make drinks out of flowers, Myth said, hoping against hope that he wouldn't be suspicious of her sudden interest, or think to ask who she'd heard it from. But he smiled. Making things out of flowers used to be a specialty of our people, Vesper said. It has fallen out of favor in recent times, but you can still find many delicacies, such as pastries and cordials with a flower base. That violet liqueur is quite popular among some of the servants. If you like, we can visit the artisan who makes it. He has a shop in the merchant's tier. Myth suppressed her relief and grinned up at him. I would like that. They went out into the city by carriage, as they usually did, though it seemed a little silly considering the shop was probably less than half a mile away. Maybe it was for security reasons. Aside from Whisper, she'd never heard anyone say a bad word about Vesper, but that didn't mean there weren't dissenters. Perhaps they were quiet out of fear of Quince. Myth felt a chill go down her spine at even the memory of the Fey woman's cold voice, and she looked out the window to distract herself. The merchant's tier was halfway down the great hill that was Yearning. It hadn't been obvious to Myth at first, but the city was divided along strict vertical lines. At the lowest level were the docks, the tanneries, slaughterhouses, and the smiths. Any type of industry that was noisy, smelly, or dangerous was kept well away from the palace and the residences of the richer inhabitants of Yearning. The poorest Fays, servants, and laborers lived on the tier above, then the merchants, and on the highest tier below the palace were the grand estates of the nobles, interspersed with temples, libraries, and universities that were considered too lofty to be down with the merchants. Myth wondered idly how the classes of the Fays were decided. Was it only based on birth, or something else? Did the Fays even have money? The carriage rolled to a stop in front of a shop with many elaborate cakes displayed in the window. They looked like the sort of thing you would have at a wedding, or a really fancy party. Many tiers of colorful icing and delicate decorations, all with fresh live flowers or sugar petals incorporated into the design. She was so busy staring at the confections that she barely noticed when Vesper helped her down from the carriage. A plump Fey woman came out of the store, wringing her hands. My prince, to what do I owe this surprise visit? Nothing to be concerned about. Princess Myth was simply curious about the kinds of food and drink that can be made with flowers. She has heard about your famous violet liquor. The woman, who must have been the proprietor, visibly relaxed. Oh, yes, my brother makes that from the violets we grow on our family farm outside the city. Would you like to sample some? Yes, and perhaps some pastries as well, Vesper said. They were led to a small table in the back and served small glasses of vivid purple liquid and a plate of what were basically cupcakes. The liquor smelled like flowers, but not in the overwhelming way that perfume sometimes did. The aroma was fresh and subtle, and the taste was slightly sweet despite the bum of alcohol. Myth wrinkled her nose. It is a much stronger drink than you might expect, Vesper said. There seems to be no way to mask that. But the cupcakes were delicious, some delicate and some airy, and some denser with herbal flavor. They went back to the palace with a dozen more of their favorites, and several bottles of the liquor. Vesper left them on the table beside her bedroom window and sat next to her on the bed. Are you feeling any better? He asked, stroking her hair. You seem a bit on edge. Well, she said, swallowing, I'll have to go back home soon, won't I? It'll be another month before I see you again. I hope this month will be less difficult for you, he said. Now, at least the bullies will no longer be a problem. Myth felt blood run out of her face, and Vesper looked away. I'm sorry. I should not have reminded you of that. I know you are only trying to help, but hurting them back isn't the answer, she said, squeezing his hand. How do you do it? How do you remain so kind and good after everything you have suffered? He asked, desperation in his eyes. I'm not claiming to be perfect, Myth said, struggling to find words. I was taught that whatever you put into the world, you get out of it. Being cruel to people only creates more problems. Vesper looked down at the floor, his expression thoughtful. That makes a certain amount of sense, he said, and he leaned in and kissed her cheek. I'm afraid Quince has requested a meeting with me, so I won't be able to stay with you tonight. Oh. On one hand, that would make sneaking out at the palace easier, and it meant Quince would be out of the way. Unless they were meeting at the storm tower, a thought which made her shiver. But on the other hand, she felt a pang of loss over the time with Vesper. "I'll miss you." "And I you," he said with a gentle smile. "But Quince has insisted this cannot wait a few more hours, so I must attend to it. I will watch over you as best I can, and await your return." After a few more lingering kisses, he left the room, but Myth didn't act right away. After all, as bad as it would look to be caught wandering the halls at any time, she felt it would look extra suspicious if it was only a few minutes after he had left. So, she took a bath, mentally plotting out her route, and then she looked through the clothes in the closet and drawers. She found an outfit of dark leather and silk. It was probably meant for riding or something. Vesper had mentioned that he sometimes took the unicorns outside the walls for exercise. Paired with a dark blue cloak, it was the perfect outfit for going into town incognito. Once dressed, she wrote a quick note and slipped it and the bottles of violet liquor into her pocket. Then it was time to go. When she poked her head out of her bedroom door, the hall was empty, except for the ever-present statues of the queens. In the shifting light of the crystals, it seemed like they were smiling at her. Shaking her head, she put up her hood and made her way to the same servants' entrance she'd used before, keeping her eyes forward and her steps quick and sure. No one so much as looked at her as she left the palace and traveled downward to the city gate. The watchtower didn't hold the same terror that it did before, but Myth still felt her heart in her throat as she passed under the archway. Then she was outside the walls, on the road paved with glowing cobblestone and lined with hedges trimmed in glittering light. It didn't seem as magical now. Everything was an obstacle to her goal or something to hide behind. Down the road and through the trees to the tower she went, just like before, and this time there was no guard standing watch. She swallowed and walked up to the wall, activating the lock with a touch. The door opened. Myth backed up, stifling a startled shriek, her brain working overtime to come up with an excuse. It was the same guard as before. Thinking past the fear, she realized she might be able to use this to her advantage, as long as he didn't recognize her. She lowered her head, as if she was frightened, which wasn't entirely untrue. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I've come with a message and gift from the prince." "A gift?" the guard said, his eyes narrowed. Myth fished the forged note and the bottle of liquor out of her cloak and handed it over. "That's just what I was told," she said, keeping her face pointed towards the ground. "The prince thinks I deserve a reward?" he murmured under his breath, looking at the bottle. At the edge of her vision, she could see the longing in his eyes. "These mortal prisoners are a hassle," he muttered again, and then he nodded, having made his decision. "Thank you. You may go." Myth had no choice but to turn around and walk back down the road, trying to keep her pace steady but unhurried. When she reached the intersection with the main road, she took a chance and turned her head to look back. The guard had gone back inside. Now all she had to do was wait. Chapter 7. A Princess's Fate. Myth sat with her back against a tree, knees drawn up to her chest. She told herself she would wait an hour. The clock tower had chimed just as she exited the palace, telling her she had 6 hours left in Yearning. If she waited until the clock chimed again, hopefully the guard would be very drunk, and then she would have to play things by ear. Maybe she should have brought 2 bottles, she thought, lacing her fingers in and out, but there was nothing to do but wait. Time seemed to crawl by, and the longer Myth sat, the more tired she became. Her head nodded onto her chest, and she jerked upward at the sound of the distant clock tower. For once, she was glad it was so loud. Getting into the tower was the easy part, but once she was inside, surrounded by dark, cold stone and wavering light, her stomach roiled with nausea. It was quiet as a tomb, and she was unsure whether that was a good thing. Every breath was like sandpaper on her ears, and her careful footsteps on the stairs were as loud as thunderclaps. She peeked around the corner and saw nothing. "Whisper," she called quietly. There was a soft clanking sound. "Princess, is that you?" Myth moved around carefully to the front of the cell just as Whisper's bony form approached the bars. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to destroy that crown and get away?" she hissed. "I couldn't leave you all here. Where's the guard?" Myth asked, her eyes darting all around. "Passed out drunk. Somebody gave him a whole bottle of his favorite liquor, and the greedy idiot drank the whole thing in one sitting." Myth grinned, and Whisper's eyes narrowed. "That was you? You're smarter than I thought." "So, where is the key to these cells? Does the guard have it with him?" Myth asked. Whisper shook her head and snapped her fingers. There was a loud, metallic grating sound, and the cell door popped open with a clink. "If you could do that, why do you let them keep you prisoner?" "I can leave this tower, but where would I go? Besides, A scraping noise from the other side of the corridor silenced them both, and a faint voice called out. "Myth, is that you?" In the opposite cell, two dirt-encrusted hands gripped the bars, and as Myth rushed over, she saw Sophia's battered face, tears already beginning to run down her face. "I'm so sorry for everything, Myth, but please let us out of here." Myth felt sick, seeing what Quince had done to Sophia, but she knew this wasn't the time to get emotional. She took a deep breath. "That's why I came. Is Aubrey all right?" Sophia nodded shakily. She wouldn't stop talking back to the guards, so they beat her, but Ethan, he's dead." Her last words ended in an anguished wail that Myth was only partly successful in shushing. "I suppose you want to rescue these prisoners as well," Whisper said, her voice dripping disdain. Myth might have asked what her problem was, but Whisper snapped her fingers to open the cell. "There's no time to dawdle. Quince could be back any minute." Aubrey was silent and shaking, her right eye swollen shut, but she allowed Myth and Sophia to help her up, and after a few staggering steps, was able to walk on her own. Led by Whisper, their ragged company descended the stairs, but just before they reached the doorway, she halted. "Where are we going? What is the plan?" Myth bit her lip. "There's only a few hours left of the full moon. I was hoping we could hide until then, and I could just pull them through with me." Whisper shot her a glare that could only be described as poisonous. "You have no plan?" She bared her teeth, exhaling sharply through her nose. "There's a portal to the mortal world in the forest. That is their best chance. Let's go." They emerged back into warm summer night, and Whisper led them away from the tower, not toward the main road, but a winding path through the flowering trees that moved steadily away from the city. The trees grew larger and wilder the farther they walked. Aunt Aubrey was shivering despite the balmy air. Myth belatedly realized that they were already in the dark forest outside the city that Vesper had once warned her about. "Is it safe here? I heard there's dangerous wildlife in this forest. Or worse," Myth asked quietly. "I don't know any more about what lives here than you do. Maybe all the stories about it are lies to keep people away from the portal. Maybe they're true. What I do know is that it's safer than being inside the city, especially for them," Whisper answered, jabbing her thumb in the direction of Sophia and Aubrey, who were struggling to keep up. "Can't we rest a minute?" Sophia asked plaintively. "We haven't eaten since we got here." Whisper's face softened slightly. "There's a place a little farther ahead where we can take a short break. There's a stream where you can drink and wash if you feel like it." They continued through the forest at a slower pace, and Myth worked up her courage. "How do you know all of this? You're not quite like any other Fae I've met." "Why were you locked up? Are you some kind of political prisoner?" Whisper flashed her a feral smile. "You could say that. Let's just say you aren't the first princess to start questioning this fairy tale." Myth gasped, nearly tripping over a log in her surprise. "You were a princess? But you look—" She waved her hands toward her wordlessly. "Like one of them?" Whisper supplied with an arch of her eyebrow. "This place does that to you after a while, but if your princeling has his way, you never get that far." "What do you mean? Is this what you were trying to tell me about the crown?" Whisper held up a hand. They had come to the base of a steep hillside, more like a cliff, really, crossed with the intertwining roots of giant trees. Except for the occasional calls of owls high above, the forest was perfectly, almost eerily silent. But then, Myth heard something else, the sound of running water. "This way," Whisper said, leading them along the edge of the cliff. Myth looked back to make sure the others were following. Sophia met her eyes, her face a mask of fatigued determination. A moment later, Whisper came to a stop. "Here we are. Be careful when going down the bank." Just below them was a little cove cut into the bank alongside a small river. A circle of blackened stones in the center showed that it had been used as a campsite many times in the past. It was a good location. The river bank would shield them from view on 3 sides, and from what Myth could tell, the other side of the river only led deeper into the forest. They all carefully picked their way down the ground, and Whisper walked to the river and drank deeply before splashing it over her face and neck. The water isn't deep, but it is swift and cold, so keep that in mind if you intend to wash. Sophia and Audrey approached the river with caution, but they were soon washing the dirt of the dungeon away. "So, what is it about this crown?" Myth asked, stepping in front of Whisper so she couldn't avoid the question. The other woman looked at her with pity. "It's just like I said. The crown is sucking away your life. That's the real purpose of the princess. All that stuff about defeating the darkness is a lie to make you feel useful. Your prince preys on vulnerable girls, uses them up, and then moves on to another." Tears stung the corners of Myth's eyes. "That can't be true. Vesper would do something so horrible." Whisper snorted. "Just because he doesn't join in with torturing the prisoners doesn't mean he's a nice guy. Have you ever tried to take the crown off? Go ahead. I'll wait." Myth grasped the crown in both hands. Nothing happened at first, but when she began to lift it from her head, her heart started racing. Her stomach roiled and her palms went slick with sweat. Every awful moment of her life played through her mind at warp speed. Voices in her head screamed with fear and despair, and tears poured down her face. She put the crown back on, panting for breath. "You see?" Whisper said with a grim triumph. "The crown keeps you docile and happy as it sucks your life away, but if you try to take it off, you suffer." "How long do I have, then? Am I just going to drop dead one day and that's it?" Myth asked, caught somewhere between panic, disbelief, and anger. "All I know for sure is that eventually you won't be mortal enough to go down through the portal. Wearing the crown makes the process go faster, but once it's started, it can't be stopped unless the crown is destroyed." Myth hugged herself. "Did you destroy your crown?" "No," Whisper said, clenching a fist. "Quince has it. She likes to bring it out to torture me occasionally, but now that she has new mortals to play with, I guess I'm not as much fun." She nodded to Sophia and Audrey, who were now sitting on the bank of the stream with damp hair twisted up on their heads. "You'd better gather up your friends. The quicker we move, the safer we'll be." It felt strange to approach them now. Just a few days ago, the sight of Sophia and Audrey together would have filled Myth with dread. Now she felt only shame and pity, and they looked at her with wide, fearful eyes. "If you two are ready, we should probably go. Someone could discover your escape any minute." Sophia bit her lip. "You're taking us home, aren't you, Myth?" "Whisper says there's a portal to the mortal world nearby. I don't really know how it works, but at least if you go through, you should be safe and closer to home than before," she replied, clasping her hands in front of her. Sophia and Audrey looked at each other and both got to their feet. "Anything is better than being stuck in that cell," Sophia said, her mouth set in a grim line. "Let's go." They walked along the edge of the river until it was shallow enough to wade across, and once they had made it to the opposite bank, Whisper took them along a narrow path leading slowly upward. The trees were massive, wild things with roots taller than houses, and the branches above blocked nearly all the moonlight. Whisper summoned a glowing ball of something to light the way, but they still stumbled on unseen stones and had to untangle themselves from brambles. "You know magic?" Myth panted as they stopped for a brief rest after a particularly difficult section of the trail. "Can all princesses do that?" Whisper shrugged. "Maybe if you live long enough, Yearning will give you the capacity, just like it changes your appearance." but I had to steal a lot of library books to learn even little spells like this. All of the greater magic, especially offensive spells, are kept under heavy protections. Only nobles are allowed to study that kind of thing. Can't have the rabble fighting back, after all. Myth couldn't say anything to that. Even she had noticed the inequality of Yearning. Just as she thought they would have to stop to rest again, Whisper pointed to a patch of light ahead. There's the portal. We're nearly there. As tired as they all were, they broke into a jog. Myth hadn't thought further than the portal, but now her heart fluttered with fear. Where would they end up? Would it be safe? And what about Vesper? After everything, she still wasn't quite ready to believe that he was as evil as Whisper said. She wanted to talk to him, to hear his explanation, but now she didn't know if she would ever see Yearning again. The portal was close now. I told you they would come here, said a voice that chilled Myth to the core of her being. Quince stepped out into the path, her face a cruel mask of triumph. And look, your little innocent princess right in the middle of it, just as I said she would be. Vesper appeared next to her, his expression hard and closed. I thought you were happy here, Myth. A spike of hot fury boiled up her throat. If you knew anything about me, you'd know that I wouldn't stand by and watch others suffer. But I guess you don't, since everything you've ever told me was a lie, she spat. He stepped backward, as if her words were a physical blow. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Whisper slowly backing away, leading the others. Myth knew she had to keep them distracted. I know all about your little scheme, she shouted. You don't care about me. You're just using me in some twisted ritual for power. That's not... Vesper started to protest, but then Quince let out a yell as she noticed the others escaping. Run! Whisper shouted, pushing Sophia and Audrey ahead of her before darting in the opposite direction. Myth froze, unsure whether she should run with them or try to stop Vesper and Quince herself. In that moment of hesitation, Quince flung out her arm and a bolt of lightning seared the air, striking Audrey in the chest and sending her flying backwards, crashing into a tree with a sickening crunch. Sophia screamed. I said capture them, not execute them. Vesper growled, and Quince laughed, high and musical like frozen bells. What's one more dead mortal? With a furious scream, Myth lunged forward and tackled Quince to the ground. Sophia, run! Myth shouted, as Quince struggled to free herself. She was strong, but smaller than Myth, and obviously unused to fighting someone physically. All Myth's horsing around with her brother had finally come in handy. Let go of me, you stupid girl, she shrieked. I will make you suffer. The fact that she hadn't been killed already was telling, Myth thought. They still needed her. She held on tighter. Prince Vesper, do something! Quince screamed. Myth heard footsteps crunching through the dead leaves behind her, and she braced herself for a blow. But instead of pain, she felt a hand on the back of her neck, and everything went black. When she awoke, she was back in her bed, in Yearning. She frowned up at the mermaids on the ceiling and rolled over to get up, only to find Vesper sitting in a chair beside her, his hands steepled in front of his face, as if he were deep in thought. She couldn't decide what to say to him. Her emotions were like a cyclone whirling inside her. Finally, she blurted out, What are you doing here? He looked at her, and Myth had thought that she was seeing him, who he truly was, for the first time. There was none of the cold cruelty in his gaze that she saw from Quince, but neither was it as kind and loving as he usually seemed. Instead, he was fierce and sad, but resigned. I wanted to talk to you before Quince comes back. Why? What could you possibly have to say to me? I know you're just waiting for me to die, so there's no point in pretending to care about me. Even saying the words brought tears to her eyes. She had believed him, believed that he loved her, that he needed and believed in her. But it had all been lies. She should have known better. Without my intervention, you would have died anyway, he said harshly. At least this way, you have a brief time of happiness, everything you've ever wanted. You think I don't care about you, but that isn't true. You will feel no pain. Isn't it better to have a short life full of joy and love then a long one filled with misery? It sounded almost logical. She had been happy here, much happier than she had been at home. Then why lie about it? If you really believed you were right, you would have told me the truth. He didn't answer. Maybe he couldn't. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Vesper said sharply. Thistle entered the room, bowing and avoiding Myth's gaze, her expression one of pity. "My prince, Quince has returned. She requires your presence in the throne room." He nodded and got to his feet. "You may come or stay as you wish," he said. "There is no point trying to escape now." He turned and left. Myth only had a moment's indecision. Though she had no desire to be near Quince again, she wanted to know what had happened to the others, and this seemed like her best chance to find out. She followed him down the corridor, hugging herself, and entered the throne room just as he took a seat on his throne. Quince was standing in the center of the room, holding a chain attached to someone huddled on the floor. After a few seconds, Myth realized it was Whisper. "Why is that one still here?" Quince said, jutting her chin in Myth's direction. "She's still the princess and only a mortal," Vesper said, shrugging. "What harm could she possibly do now? Do you have something to report?" Quince sniffed and stood straighter. "The other mortal fled through the portal, but I recaptured this creature. Her world would no longer accept her." "You told me she died ages ago," Vesper said, his eyes narrowed. "I give you leeway with the prisoners, but I will not tolerate lies, Briardream. I intend to recommend that you be censured by the council." "I understand, Your Majesty," Quince replied in a tight voice. "What is your command?" "Return her crown. The ritual should be completed," he said, and his eyes looked past Quince, pinning Myth to the spot. Quince yanked on the chain. "You will face your end on your feet, mortal, as befits a princess." Whisper pushed herself upward, and though she was clearly in pain, she spat at Quince's feet. "Screw you, Quince. I hope the council feeds you to the menagerie." Then she looked at Myth. "You have to stop this cycle. Destroying the crown is the only way." There were a million things Myth wanted to ask, but there was no more time. Quince brought out a golden crown, identical to the one Myth herself wore. "Long live the princess," she said, dropping the crown onto Whisper's head. The effect was instantaneous. Gray stone crackled over her skin, spreading from the top of her head and downward, until she was left frozen in rock. Her mouth was set with determination, but her eyes were wide with fear. Myth knew where she'd seen that before. The row of statues outside Myth's store weren't just depictions of the previous princesses. They were the princesses themselves. She felt sick. Every night she had walked past them, thinking they were legends to aspire to, when instead they were grim predictions of her own fate, like tombstones, but worse. "So that's what's going to happen to me?" she said, choking back a sob. Vesper nodded, his expression blank and passive. "You have 2 or 3 more moons left, perhaps." He got up from the throne and walked towards her, hands raised in entreaty. "It doesn't have to be unpleasant, Myth. Things can go back to the way they were. You can spend your time with me, happy and enjoying yourself. Despite what Whisper told you, your sacrifice is keeping Yearning safe. You could have a meaningful existence here, where you are loved and treasured. Surely that is better than what you have in the mortal world." Myth swallowed. Quince was looking at her with eager cruelty, and she knew that if she continued fighting, she would end up just like Whisper, starved and broken in a filthy cell. Could she really allow herself to be used and discarded just to prevent more pain? The clock tower chimed, one low, earth-shaking note, and the throne room began to fade. "When you return," Vesper's voice was like a whisper in her ear, "you will have a decision to make." Chapter 8. The Vanishing. It was morning again. Myth's alarm was blaring in her ear, and she reached out blindly to shut it off. She felt like she'd hardly slept for days. which she supposed was true. But her phone said it was Tuesday, and as much as she wanted to skip school, she needed to know if Sophia had made it out. And what about Aubrey and Ethan? Would they be missing persons or dead in their sleep? If they were missing, would anyone point the finger at her? Considering everything else that had gone wrong, being a murder suspect would be par for the course, and it wasn't as if she were blameless either. She was halfway through her shower when she remembered the meeting with the principal. That should have been yesterday. Everything seemed normal at home, so she assumed that Vesper's magic had prevented her parents from realizing that she tried to run away. But what did that mean for the meeting? Had they gone with some sort of illusory myth? Or would the meeting have been rescheduled since neither Sophia nor Aubrey would have been there either? It was all very confusing. Myth was a little cautious going downstairs since she had no idea what she would find. But her mother was filling a travel cup with coffee, and she smiled as Myth entered the kitchen. "Morning, sweetie. Dad says he's picking up pizza tonight for dinner. If you want anything special, you should send him a text." "Oh, okay," Myth said, smiling in a way she hoped was convincing. "Have a good day at school," her mom replied, and went out the door, whistling a terrible old pop song. It was almost too normal. When she got to school, things were just as strange. People didn't avoid her in the halls anymore. Most of the time, they didn't even notice her, which was an improvement, but a few times, somebody she recognized from middle school would smile or wave, even calling her by name. She didn't know how to feel. On one hand, this was what she had always wanted, but on the other, it felt unreal. This was more of Vesper's magic. It wasn't worth the cost. Myth tried to shake her feelings of unease as she opened her locker and started getting her books out for the first couple of classes. Someone grabbed her shoulder and she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Something really freaky is going on here," Sophia hissed. After months of bullying, Myth had been conditioned to recoil from any of Sophia's attempts at conversation, but now her eyes were wide with panic. They were the only people who knew what had happened in Yearning, and she had seen her best friend and boyfriend die right in front of her eyes. For better or worse, they were in this together. "Things have been weird this morning," Myth admitted. "Everyone is a little too friendly." "Maybe for you, but I thought everything was fine at first. I went to the corner where I usually meet Aubrey to walk to school, but she wasn't there." Myth wasn't sure what to say, and Sophia took a deep breath, blinking back tears. "I guess that isn't too surprising, but you'd think my mom would have said something if my best friend was a missing person or whatever. So I walked by Aubrey's house, and it was vacant, like nobody had lived there for months." Myth bit her lip. "Did they just kill their entire families? I don't get it." "I wondered the same thing, but I'm friends with Ethan's older sister on Facebook, and I went to her page. Everything was there, her graduation and pictures from college. Except Ethan. Like she didn't have a brother at all." "What about pictures or text messages that you have?" Myth asked. Sophia's eyes lit up and she scrolled through her phone, but the more she searched, the more upset she got. She looked up, shaking her head, her face wet with tears. "It's all gone. Texts, phone calls, any picture with either of them in it. It's like they were photoshopped out." Myth shook her head slowly. "Every memory of them has been erased, like they were never born." She swallowed. "That's exactly what will happen when I'm gone." "You need to tell me what is going on, Myth. Are you in some kind of cult or something?" "No," she said, somewhat annoyed that Sophia thought that she would be that stupid, until she realized that her current situation was actually worse. The bell rang. "Come on, I'll tell you at lunch." Myth and Sophia sat together at lunch, huddled in a corner of the cafeteria, and Myth relayed the whole story from her arrival in Yearning to Whisper becoming a statue. The only things she left out were what she was doing on the cliffside in the first place and the particulars of her relationship with Vesper. Those events too personal to talk about, and knowing what she knew now, they were also a little embarrassing. "This all sounds crazy, Sophia said with a hollow laugh. "But I was there too. I still can't believe they're gone." She sniffed and wiped her eyes, staring off into the distance. It's my fault, Myth said, nauseous with shame. If I hadn't told Vesper what had happened, he never would have brought you guys to Yearning. Myth, he could do magic, Sophia said, rolling her eyes. If he wanted to find out who we were, he would have anyway. I don't blame you for this. When I woke up this morning, I was angry, but, we were horrible to you. And you had no way of knowing what was going to happen. I know you risked a lot to save us. You didn't make that awful Quince woman torture Ethan or kill Audrey. Her voice wavered, and Myth shivered at the memory. Sophia swallowed, took a deep breath, and looked up, her expression transformed into something fierce. What are you going to do now? I don't know, Myth said, looking down at her hands. I don't think I can keep him from bringing me over at the next full moon. He said that Yearning really needs me. Sophia opened her mouth, ready to protest, but the bell rang. Whatever she might have said was drowned out by the sounds of everyone leaving. Myth belatedly realized that she'd forgotten to eat. Considering she only had a few more months to live, one missed lunch didn't seem like a big deal. The next 2 weeks passed with an ease that was almost eerie. Without Aubrey to instigate, no one made fun of Myth. In fact, she discovered that she had a few friends, and even Sophia sometimes sat with her at lunch. They had developed a shaky camaraderie based on their shared experiences in Yearning. And because of that, Myth no longer dreaded going to school. Her grades improved, which made her parents happy. Everything was perfect. Except, Myth couldn't escape the knowledge that 2 people had died to bring her this unexpected peace. Every time she closed her eyes, she could see Ethan's body alone in the dark, or Aubrey's last moments, playing in an unending loop. Not only that, she would soon join them if she couldn't figure out a way to escape whatever spell had been put on her. Vesper had said to destroy the crown, but how? Myth could hardly bear to take it off, and it only existed in Yearning. She'd checked. She was sure everyone would be keeping a close eye on her when she returned. Despite the fact that everything in her normal life was going well, she could feel despair creeping up on her. Occasionally, she thought of the cliff in the woods. It wasn't even close to the full moon. If she went there now, no one would be able to stop her. It wouldn't solve anything, but at least she'd be in control of her own death, instead of letting Vesper and Quince use her. These were the kind of thoughts occupying her mind when she went for a walk in the woods on the next Saturday. The familiar mossy avenues through the trees didn't bring her the same joy they used to. She couldn't help but think of the last time she'd been in the woods, in the forest outside Yearning. There, she had first learned about the truth of the crown, or at least, that was when she first believed it. It was also the first time she saw Vesper for who he really was. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed just thinking about it, and the tears were flowing before she could stop them. The cliff was in sight. She stood on the edge, her eyes dazzled by a light reflecting off the ocean far below. There wasn't a breath of wind, no sound of bells or clopping of hooves to announce the presence of a rescuer. She took a deep breath. This was the best solution for everyone. The sound of a meow made her turn. A familiar, sleek black form bounded out from the trees. "Kitty cat?" she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand and stepping away from the cliff edge. He came closer, rubbing against her shins, and she sat down on a nearby stump. The cat put his front paws on her knees and looked up at her inquiringly. She reached out to scratch his cheek and sighed. "I'm sorry I'm not in a more cheerful mood, but I've got a lot of stuff going on." He jumped up and settled himself in her lap. "I really believed him, you know. It was stupid. There's no way a guy like him would ever love a girl like me." The cat meowed loudly, almost in denial. Myth laughed despite herself. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, but it doesn't matter either way. I only have 2 or 3 more months to live, unless I figure out some way around it, and I can't see how." She continued to pet the cat, and her thoughts turned back to Vesper. He had been so kind and gentle at first. Had it all been fake? She supposed if she really were going to die, she was glad that she had been with him, regardless. At least she'd been kissed. She knew what it felt like to be loved, even if it were all pretend. Her hand fell against her thigh, and she blinked in surprise. She hadn't felt the cat move, so she looked down. Her brain refused to process what she was seeing. Her hand had disappeared. She lifted her arm and wiggled her fingers. Everything was there. She could feel her muscles and joints working, but when she went to touch the cat again, her fingers moved through its body like water. She gasped and pulled her hand back again. The cat peered at her, meowing with concern. Her hand looked normal, at least, until she held it out into the sunlight and realized that she could see the outline of the trees through her palm. She clenched her fist, her stomach churning. Maybe it would go away. She opened her hand and shook it out before looking again. It seemed to have solidified. She put her palm gingerly on the cat again, and this time she felt his silken fur under her fingers. She let out a breath and her heartbeat began to slow. "It's okay, kitty. It's probably nothing. Maybe I imagined it." But that night at dinner, a fork fell through her fingers, and she tripped going up the stairs the next afternoon when her foot suddenly sank through the floor. Each incident lasted only a second, but by the time she returned to school on Monday, she was starting to freak out. "What's the matter with you?" Sophia asked the second she saw Myth in first period. "I can't talk about it here," she mumbled. "At lunch." The day passed with painful slowness, but at the very least, none of her extremities became incorporeal. She and Sophia sat in what was becoming their usual spot, at the end of a table next to the wall. Of course, the moment Myth had explained the problems, the first thing Sophia said was, "Are you sure you didn't imagine it?" Myth suppressed her flare of annoyance. Of course, it didn't sound real. Even considering all they'd already witnessed, it was pretty weird. "I thought so at first, but it keeps happening. Yesterday, I almost died going up the stairs because I sank into the floor up to my ankle." "Okay," Sophia said, pursing her lips. "Obviously, this has something to do with the magic of the crown. Didn't that Whisper girl say something about it changing you?" Myth thought, chewing her lip. "She said that eventually I wouldn't be mortal enough to return through the portal." "Maybe this is the beginning of it. Your body is like going into that place bit by bit." It made a certain horrible kind of sense, but it didn't exactly bode well for the future. "At this rate, I won't even last until the next full moon," Myth said, laying her head on the table. Tears were threatening again, and despair made her exhausted and heavy. Sophia shook her shoulder. "You can't just let them win." "What am I supposed to do?" Myth countered, her voice raised. Some of the other students gave her strange looks. "I can't fight against magic," she continued in a whisper. "So, you're just going to die? When we were little girls, you were always the one who never gave up. This isn't like you." Myth gritted her teeth. "If you haven't noticed, I'm not that girl anymore. Unlike you, I haven't been having a lot of fun in high school," she said, glaring at Sophia, who winced. "Look, I know it's a little late, but I am sorry," Sophia said, clasping her hands. "It's just, you know how important cheerleading is to my mom. Aubrey was the coach's daughter. I thought if I went along with her, I'd be sure to make the team. Plus, I thought you'd hate me for doing cheerleading." Myth blinked. She'd never expected Sophia to apologize, least of all now. Her explanation made sense. Sophia's mom had been the head cheerleader when she was in school, and she was still kind of obsessed with it. Myth felt like there was 1,000 better ways that could have been handled, but maybe now wasn't the time to hold a grudge. She wasn't sure what to say. Sophia bit her lip. "After everything that's happened, I was hoping we could put all that behind us. We're the only two people left who know what happened over there. We should stick together." "You mean you want to help me?" Myth asked. "I didn't think you'd ever want to go back there." "I don't," Sophia admitted. "Yearning is terrifying, and Quince is even worse. But I can't let you face it alone. You didn't have to get us out of that prison, and I know you tackled Quince so I could get free." Her fists were clenched, her jaw set. "How can I do any less?" Myth's heart swelled. She had to fight back tears again, but at least these were tears of gratitude and relief rather than sadness. "Thanks," she said in a choked voice, "but I still have no idea how I'm going to last the next 2 weeks, let alone how I'm going to get rid of the magic draining my life." "Didn't you say that Whisper told you that destroying the crown would fix it?" "Yeah," Myth agreed, "but I don't know how I can. I'm sure after what happened, they'll be watching me pretty closely." "I'm sure we can think of something. Maybe I can distract them somehow. As for your disappearing body problem, there's got to be something we can do. My gran used to read me fairy stories, and I know they talked about ways you could protect yourself from evil magic. Plus, there's that weird witch shop downtown." Myth remembered the shop because her dad had made disparaging remarks about it. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Maybe I can research Fae on the internet too." Sophia nodded. "Let's plan to go into that shop on Saturday. You can stay over at my house so we can plan. My mom is going on some girls-only trip to Seattle, and you know my dad will just buy us a pizza and ignore us." "Okay," Myth said, smiling at the memories that brought up. Maybe things weren't completely hopeless. Sophia had been right about one thing. Old stories had plenty of advice on how to protect yourself from the Fae and their magic. By the time Friday rolled around, Myth had at least a page of ideas written in her notebook, which she shared with Sophia at lunch. "Okay, so the first thing that all the stories talk about is iron. The Faes are really supposed to hate iron, especially cold forged iron. I don't really know what that means, but we might be able to find something." Sophia pursed her lips. "I read that too, but iron seems to keep the Faes away from you, and I don't think that'll help. It will probably just make them more suspicious, and it won't help with the magic." "True," Myth said. "The next big thing is rowan, which is a kind of tree, I guess. You can use the wood and the berries to protect you from enchantment. Plus, there's a letter in the Irish alphabet that stands for rowan that can be used as a symbol of protection, too." "I bet we can find that at the magic store," Sophia said. "Anything else?" "I found some crystals that are supposed to dispel negative energy," Myth said. These were the first things she felt less confident about, as the information came from websites her dad would have described as hippie nonsense, but she was willing to try anything. Jet, obsidian, clear quartz, fluorite, and amethyst. "It's a good start," Sophia said. "Maybe some of this stuff will keep your hands and feet from trying to go to Yearning without you." "I hope so. My parents just think I've gotten really clumsy, but eventually I won't be able to hide it. I don't know what will happen then." "One of these has got to work," Sophia said. "I told my dad you'd be staying tonight and tomorrow night. Did you ask your mom?" "Yeah, she was fine with it," Myth replied. "To be honest, I think she was relieved to hear I have a social life again. It was like a trip back in time in some ways. It had been almost 2 years since Myth had been inside Sophia's house. Not much had changed. Just as Sophia had promised, her dad bought them an extra-large pizza and 2 liters of pop, which they took up to Sophia's bedroom. She was an only child and had the whole of the 3rd floor to herself. There were new posters on the walls, but the butterfly stickers they put on the doorframes so many years ago were still there. They watched one of their favorite movies and painted their nails, though this was somewhat hampered by Myth's hand suddenly becoming incorporeal so that she dropped the brush right on Sophia's foot and spilled the bottle on the carpet. Myth cursed loudly, tears pricking at the corner of her eyes again. Everything seemed to make her cry these days. "I think that color looks better on the carpet," Sophia said with a lopsided grin. "Maybe we should do the whole room." Myth snorted. "That would take a lot of nail polish. Your mom would be pissed." "Oh, she'd never notice," Sophia said. "Purple is her favorite color." They both laughed. That night, as they went to sleep, they talked about the adventures they'd had as little girls. Their lemonade stand, their ill-fated tree fort, the plays they used to put on for their parents. The past couldn't disappear, as much as Vesper had tried to make it seem that way, but Myth could feel the pain fading, like a wound scabbing over. Chapter 9. The Secret Plan. By the time the full moon arrived, Myth was feeling almost confident about her chances. Bracelets strung with hematite and fluorite beads and a 3-armed cross made of Rowan wood around her neck had stabilized her body for the most part. Her hands had flickered in and out of reality a couple times, but at least the problem hadn't become worse. She had checked the internet and found that the moon would be full around 4 in the morning on Thursday. Math wasn't her strong suit, but with Sophia's help, they calculated that she should be transported to Yearning sometime Tuesday afternoon. When Sophia had gone through the portal in the forest, she'd ended up in the woods just outside their neighborhood. Somehow, she'd had the presence of mind to mark the trees where she'd come out, and they had gone back and found the place a week ago. Myth had been worried it would take forever. Sophia had never been as fond of the woods as she was, so she wasn't as good at navigating. But it turned out the portal from Yearning was near the ruins of the tree they'd played on as children. Once they'd make sure they could find it again, they made their plan. On Tuesday, after bargaining with the senior who worked as an aide at the front office, they'd left school early and walked back to the old tree fort, where they'd hidden their supplies. Myth took a deep breath as she shouldered her messenger bag. She was hoping that, being awake, she'd be able to keep hold of her things when she was pulled through to Yearning. But if not, they had a backup plan. Sophia had her own backpack of supplies, and though she was chewing one of her manicured nails in apparent anxiety, her expression was fiercely determined. "So, you're sure this portal is going to open up at the start of the full moon?" Myth asked, looking at the little archway of trees and vines with some skepticism. "No, I'm not sure," Sophia said sharply. "How could I be? For all I know, the portal opens in a different place every month. But this is where it was. This is our best plan for me getting there to help you." Myth sighed. "I know. If it doesn't work, I'll have to handle things on my own. For now, let's assume it is going to work. So as soon as I can, I'll put the hammer in your bedroom. You're going to say you're tired when the clock chimes 6. I'll create a distraction on the 5th chime, and that's when you'll try to destroy the crown." They'd managed to find an old iron hammer, and they'd carved it with symbols they found on the internet. Hopefully, that would be enough to destroy the crown. "Right, and you're going to run for the portal as soon as your distraction has gone through." Myth checked her phone. It was 4:05. The way to Yearning should be open at any minute. Unless Vesper had decided just to wait until she disappeared into his realm entirely. That was a chilling thought. At that point, it might be too late for her to save herself. She might have worked herself into a frenzy of worry, but her attention was caught by a flash of light in front of her. "The portal!" Sophia exclaimed. "I told you this would work." Myth would have congratulated her, or wished her good luck, but she felt a strange tingling sensation on her skin. She looked down to see her body becoming translucent, like a hologram. Vesper hadn't given up on her. Or perhaps he couldn't. She gripped the straps of her backpack and closed her eyes as the world lurched around her. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her bedroom in Yearning, alone. Myth let out a breath. Everything was going according to plan. She stashed her backpack under the bed, removing her bracelet and necklace and zipping them in the front pocket. The door, she discovered on inspection, was locked. Of course, they didn't want her wandering around anymore, which might make her task easier, but it meant a lot of waiting. She sighed and went over to the small desk in the corner, hunting for paper and pencils to make the time pass faster, but when she finally had found supplies, she couldn't think of anything to draw. Her mind kept going back to Vesper. Even though she felt she ought to hate him, and she was angry for what he had done to her and all the others, she couldn't really see him as evil. She still loved him. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Her pencil began sketching out the lines of his face almost without her conscious input. The click of the lock made her head shoot up, but it wasn't the prince. Thistle bobbed her head, her expression unsure. "Lady Myth, Prince Vesper would like to speak to you. If you wish to hear what he has to say, I will escort you. You may dress first if you prefer." Myth considered. On the one hand, there was some temptation in the idea of dressing up, of letting Thistle make her as gorgeous as possible, so he could see what he was missing. But she didn't truly think she would ever be beautiful enough to rival one of the Fays, and she also wanted to let him know that she was done playing his game. I don't need to change. I'll hear what he has to say. Thistle bobbed her head, seeming unwilling to meet her eyes. Myth supposed she was ashamed of not telling her the truth about Vesper's intentions, but what was the point of being angry about it? No one had told Myth the truth, but Vesper was the prince. It was his responsibility if it was anyone's. Myth followed Thistle down the hall, past the unwavering gaze of all the previous princesses. Now that she knew the truth, she could see the hints of fear and sadness in their eyes. Of course, she wanted to free herself, but she knew that even if she were successful, this same misfortune would fall on another girl eventually. If only there was a way to stop the cycle, to help Vesper see how wrong it was. There had to be a better solution, but she would never find it if he wouldn't tell her anything about the darkness that plagued Yearning. Despite what Whisper said, Myth believed that tale was real. She was jerked from her thoughts when she nearly tripped over a stair. Thistle looked back at her from several steps above, and Myth waved her forward, wondering where they were going as she followed. The stairway sprinkled upward, and she began to have a suspicion, though she wasn't sure what it would mean, if true. Thistle stopped at the top of the stairs, knocking quietly on the door. "I've brought Lady Myth." A muffled voice answered from inside, and Thistle backed away from the door. "He says you can go in." Myth's palms felt sweaty at the idea of going alone. Would Vesper be angry? She would have said before that she trusted him not to hurt her, but now she wasn't so sure. And what if Quince were there? She turned the door handle and stepped inside. As she'd thought, it was the same tower room Vesper had shown her before, where he did his painting. She hugged herself against a sudden chill and moved forward, her eyes lowered. "Myth, it is good to see you so well," he said, his voice neutral and even. She suppressed a snort of derision and pursed her lips, looking up at him finally. In their time apart, she had somehow forgotten how beautiful he was. Her heart throbbed, and she scowled, annoyed at herself. Handsome as he was, he did not have her best interests at heart, and now that she was over the initial shock of seeing him, she noticed more. His hair seemed lank and stringy, the striking mulberry hue of his eyes less vibrant, and there were dark smudges underneath. Obviously, he hadn't been sleeping. "I can't say the same about you. You look ill," she said, concerned despite herself. He closed his eyes, swallowing before turning his attention back to the large canvas in front of him, giving it a few more careful swipes with his brush before speaking. "I'm fine. I wanted to speak to you privately about the rest of your time here." His eyes flicked up to her for a moment, as if judging her reaction. She crossed her arms over her chest again. "I'm here, so talk." "You are perfectly within your rights to be angry with me," he said, carefully. "But despite what you may think, I do care about your well-being. I would like you to enjoy the remainder of your life as best you can. Please tell me if there is anything I can do that doesn't involve you going off on your own, for obvious reasons." His expression was pitying, and she felt anger rise up in response. "Don't pretend to care about me, Vesper," she said sharply. "I'm not an idiot. You've done this to over a dozen girls before me. If you cared, you wouldn't be willing to watch me die." Her voice had raised, all of the fury she'd been holding back suddenly unleashed. He closed his eyes against her onslaught, his posture stiff, but he didn't try to contradict her. "All I want from you is the truth. What is this darkness? Is it even real?" "Do you really think I enjoy this? Luring young women here, getting to know them, only to watch them perish, seeing the betrayal in their eyes as they breathe their last?" he said, fury and anguish warring in his voice. "If your life is not given, many more will die. If I must earn your hatred to save my city, then that is what I will do." "I don't hate you, Vesper," Myth said, her conscience pricked by this display of emotion. "If you would just explain, maybe I could help you. There's got to be a better way." He let out a hollow laugh. Even now, you wish to help me. There's nothing you can do, Myth. I give you anything, jewels, beautiful clothes, any sort of entertainment or diversion you desire, but I cannot stop what is happening to you. I won't endanger my people that way. Then you have nothing I want, she said, turning to leave. He crossed the room and grabbed her wrist before she could so much as take a step, pulling her back against his chest. His mouth was hot on her neck, telling how easy it would be to give in, to pretend. Nothing? He whispered against the shell of her ear, a hint of desperation in his voice. A shiver traveled up her spine. His scent enveloped her, his touch as tempting as any drug. Myth swallowed, reminding herself fiercely of her purpose. I wanted it when I thought it was real, she managed to choke out. I have no desire to be played with. She tried to pull away, but he wouldn't release her. His breath was a harsh rasp in her ear. Come with me to a place, just for a few hours, he said. It's not as if I can refuse, Myth said, chewing her lip. She felt they were close to a breakthrough. Vesper seemed unsteady, on the edge of something. Of what she wasn't sure, but she was curious enough to take a risk, and she still cared about him despite everything. Perhaps, but I'd like you to come of your own free will, he said, releasing her and taking a step back. She still had more than 5 hours before she had to be in her room. All right, I'll come with you, but only for a little while. It's been a long day. Myth had a difficult time not panicking when the carriage took them out of the city, but it wasn't far. The clock tower chimed just as they exited the city gate. They traveled parallel to the coast in the opposite direction from the forest and the storm tower, which was a relief. The rows of blossoming trees gave way to grasslands as they traveled steadily downhill. Myth could taste the salt in the air when they finally came to a stop. Vesper exited the carriage, holding his hand out, but Myth ducked away, leaping down to the ground, unaided. He shrugged and led her down a narrow path cut into the rock. There were no lamps or crystals to light the way, only the moon and stars. A thought crossed Myth's mind. What if Vesper had brought her here just to kill her? But that made no sense. Judging by what had happened to Ethan and Aubrey, he could have had her killed at any time and no one would have batted an eye. As it was, he only had to wait for the crown to turn her to stone. The path opened up quite suddenly into a secluded crescent of white sand. Dark waves lapped gently at the shore in soothing rhythm. Vesper walked to the point where the tide rose and sat down in the sand without speaking. Myth followed, drawn by curiosity, and sat down beside him. My parents used to bring me here as a child, before the curse. The sun used to shine. My mother taught me how to swim. Myth looked around, trying to imagine such a thing. It seemed so far from the reality of yearning to be possible. Why did you bring me here? She asked. He didn't look at her. I know you no longer trust me, which is understandable, but this is a place I've kept only for myself until now. I have nothing else to give you. This is the only way I can think of to show you that our time together meant something. Myth frowned. She didn't know what to think. Was he still just trying to manipulate her? To distract her? This doesn't change anything, she said finally. I know, he answered, still looking away. We will both do what needs to be done. There seemed to be nothing else to say. The clock tower, far in the distance, chimed 10 times. Myth wondered if Sophia was all right. The servants brought out dinner on a blanket. Despite the food being just as delicious as usual, Myth could barely make herself eat, and she refused wine. She needed to have a clear head for what was going to happen next. Vesper didn't seem inclined to question her, or talk much at all. His expression was closed and distant. Myth yawned. Let's go back, Vesper said. "You probably need a rest." The ride back to the city was silent. Myth could see the sadness in Vesper's eyes, and she felt almost guilty, until she reminded herself that she was the one about to die. He might be upset about it, but he wasn't going to do anything. If she wanted to live, she would have to save herself. He escorted her to her room just as the 9th chime of the clock tower died away. They walked through the aisle of statues once more, and Myth finally understood why Vesper didn't want to look at them. He was responsible for all their deaths, and he didn't enjoy the reminder. They stopped at the door. "If you want to spend some time together tomorrow, you can find me in the garden after breakfast," he said, though he didn't seem hopeful. "I'll think about it," Myth replied, and she turned and fled into the bedroom before he thought about kissing her again. Not that she didn't enjoy his kisses. The problem was that she did enjoy them, but she didn't need any more reason to feel conflicted about what she needed to do. She heard the lock click behind her, and she waited several minutes before looking in the bathroom cabinet. There was the hammer, just as Sophia had promised. Everything was going well. Almost too well. Myth could barely concentrate on drawing, but she had a lot of time to kill. She couldn't afford to fall asleep. The hours crawled by. Her eyes hurt from being open so long. She'd thought to pack some snacks in her backpack, which staved off her hunger pangs, but now she'd wish she'd packed some energy drinks as well. The clock chimed 6. Less than an hour to go. There were footsteps in the hall outside. Myth hurriedly doused the candle and climbed into the bed, holding the hammer under her pillow, but no one came in. Then it was a real war against sleep. "Why not take a nap?" said the comfortable bed. "Better yet, smash the crown now and then take a nap." It was tempting, but the whole reason they had decided they needed a distraction was to keep Myth from being discovered before she was finished. Vesper and Quince had heard what Whisper said to her, so it stood to reason that there were safeguards in place. This would probably be her only chance. She started to drift despite herself, and then boom! An explosion sounded from above her, followed by loud pops and shrieking whistles. Sophia had set off half a fireworks store on the floor above. Myth's mouth curved into a little half smile. She almost wished she could see it, but it was now or never. She got out of bed and grasped the crown on her head, taking a deep breath and squeezing her eyes shut. As soon as she touched the metal, her heart began racing with fear. Memories of pain and humiliation spooked through her mind, but many of them had lost some of their power. School was no longer miserable. She knew her parents loved her. Sophia was her friend. And as for Aubrey and Ethan, the best way to avenge them was to destroy the hateful object. The last thing she saw was the sadness in Vesper's tired eyes. But her dying wasn't going to solve anything. The only chance of breaking the cycle, for all their sakes, began with her escape. "This is for him, too," she growled, tossing the crown to the floor. The agony faded, replaced by relief, though she was still concerned about it being discovered. Her whole body was trembling, but she knelt down and hefted the hammer above her head. She gritted her teeth and slammed it down, missing the crown completely, of course, and cracking one of the floor tiles. "Shit," she mumbled under her breath. The explosions were still going off upstairs. Hopefully, no one had noticed the noises from her room. This time, she held the crown still with one hand and brought the hammer down as hard as she could. One of the gems shattered into powder, and the delicate swirls of gold had warped and flattened. She felt something ease within her, like the metal bands encasing her heart had been loosened the slightest amount. She raised the hammer again. "You!" Quince shrieked as the door burst open. Myth didn't even have time to stand up before the Fae was upon her, grabbing her by the neck and jerking her upward until her feet weren't even touching the ground. "I told the prince you were trouble, but he wouldn't listen. This ends today. Simple enough to find another sad girl in your miserable excuse for reality. Myth flailed her arms and legs, trying to kick Quince or push her away, but it was no use. The Fey woman grinned, her teeth bared in hateful triumph. Myth's vision was already turning gray around the edges from lack of oxygen. She hoped something good would come of her sacrifice. Her thoughts turned sluggish. At least no one would miss her. Vesper would make sure they forgot. There was a loud crack and a scream. Myth hit the floor hard and sucked in one shuddering breath after another as she looked around dazedly. Quince was on the floor, wiping blood from her mouth, and, standing in between them, was Vesper. His hand was outstretched, crackling with magic. "You would betray your people over this worthless mortal?" Quince shouted. She seemed too stunned to do more than yell. "Myth isn't worthless," Vesper growled. "I can't do this anymore." Myth pushed herself unsteadily upright. "Vesper?" He turned to her, wild-eyed. "Go!" She started to back out of the room, unsure. Quince leapt toward them, and he flung his magic in her face, but she tossed it aside with a wave of her hand. "Run!" Vesper shouted, and Myth sped down the corridor, tears of confusion running down her face. Chapter 10. Quince's Pursuit. Myth never had to run so fast in her life. No one stopped her at first. Vesper was obviously keeping Quince too occupied for her to tell anyone about Myth's escape. Tears made it difficult for her to see, and her throat was tight from crying, but somehow she kept going. One of the guards called out, "Princess?" But she sped by without slowing, and no one followed. She was halfway through the noble quarter when the bells started to ring. Her lungs were burning, but she made herself continue, zigzagging downward through the crowds and market stalls. Then someone grabbed her hood, dragging her into an alley. She gagged and swung her arms wildly, ready to fight. "Myth, it's me," Sophia said, letting go of her jacket. "What happened? Why are the bells ringing?" Myth doubled over, heart pounding and gasping for breath. It took almost a minute for her to be able to speak, and the whole time, half of her was on high alert, listening for pursuit. "Everything was going according to plan," she said, finally. "As soon as your fireworks went off, I got out the hammer. I managed to mangle one of the sides of the crown pretty good before Quince showed up. I think she meant to kill me." The memory of the hatred in Quince's eyes was enough to send a chill down her spine. "But Vesper came in and attacked her. He told me to run. My guess is that bells started going off once she was able to get away from him and raise the alarm." "Vesper? You mean the prince?" Sophia asked, wide-eyed. "Wasn't he the one who stopped you from escaping last time, who started this whole thing in the first place? Why would he interfere?" "I don't know," Myth said raggedly, swallowing back her emotions. "She couldn't afford to worry about him right now. We need to get out of here. I doubt I've done enough damage to the crown to break the spell, but I don't have it anymore. I won't be able to retrieve it with Quince trying to kill me either. We need to wait for things to cool down." "Yeah, but they've probably closed the city gate to keep us in. Is there a place we can hide until they open it again?" "I bet they won't until the full moon is over," Myth said, chewing her lip. A snatch of a conversation with Vesper drifted through her mind. "We don't need the gate. The wall doesn't enclose the whole city. It connects right to the forest on the far side." "I guess we better start walking," Sophia said, hoisting her backpack further onto her shoulder. Myth nodded. "We need to find a good vantage point to see where we're going." She put her hood up, though she knew it was pointless. Their clothes were dead giveaways to their mortality, if anyone bothered to pay attention. About 10 minutes later, they found a scaffolding going up the side of a building. Myth guessed something was being fixed or cleaned, but there were no workers anywhere in sight. She climbed up as far as she could without getting dizzy and looked over Yearning. The sea was behind her, and over her right shoulder she could see the storm tower looming against the horizon. She peered to her left. The darkness made it difficult to discern anything, but at the edge of her vision there was a darker smudge, past the reach of the lanterns that lined most of the streets. It was going to be a long walk. They kept to the side streets and back alleys, and most of the fays they passed didn't even glance their way. Everyone was caught up in their own business, thankfully. A few times the bells rang out again, or they heard the sound of groups of marching feet, and they ducked around corners or behind garbage piles to hide, but there was less pursuit than Myth expected. Maybe Vesper and Quince were still fighting for control, or perhaps they hadn't expected mortals to think of going deeper into the city. What Myth was most afraid of was that they weren't really bothering to chase her, because they had guessed her plans and were waiting to ambush her in the forest. But all they could do was keep going, though they were exhausted. They had some bottles of water and a few snacks, but it was close to 24 hours since either of them had slept. "So, what are we going to do?" Sophia asked as they stood on the edge of the wall that separated the peasants' quarters from the least desirable section of the city. The forest was easier to see now, but so was the distance they would have to walk, several miles at least. Myth's legs ached just looking at it. "I mean, are we just going to sleep and make a new plan to get into the palace, or are we going home and waiting until next month?" "I don't know," Myth said. "I don't want to give up so soon. I'm not sure if I can even make it until next month, but I think we need to find a safe place to rest first. There's no way we're getting anything else done tonight." So they kept walking. If anything, this part of Yearning was even more deserted, but it felt ominous to Myth. Every darkened window seemed to glare at them. Every alley was a possible hiding spot for an attacker. When they passed someone on the street, they weren't ignored, but eyed like they were being sized up for a meal. Sophia pressed close against Myth's shoulder. "I think someone is following us." Myth sneaked a look as they turned a corner. At least 2 people were moving in their direction. People probably wasn't the right word. Even in the dim light, their forms seemed misshapen and their eyes reflected the moonlight, like cats. "Let's walk faster," she said, grabbing Sophia by the elbow and lengthening her stride. At first, it seemed to be working. The sound of footsteps behind them faded. Myth let out a sigh of relief. "Hello, little ladies," said a raspy voice ahead of them. A dark shape stepped out of an alleyway, blocking their path. "Going for a stroll? Looks like you could use an escort." The creature standing in front of them was squat and solidly built. It had dark, blocky scales instead of skin, and a forked tongue that flickered out of its mouth every few seconds. For clothing, it only wore a ragged leather vest. "No, thank you. We're fine," Myth said shakily, her eyes darting around for avenues of escape. "I wasn't asking," said the creature with a toothy grin. "I know you're that princess everyone is talking about. The bounty on your head is big enough to set me up for life." It reached out a clawed hand, probably meaning to grab her wrist. She could see others coming up behind, and she tensed to punch or kick or something. Anything to avoid being sold to Quince. A fierce, predatory scream shattered the night, and a huge shadow moved over the moon. "What in the void is that?" said their would-be captor, eyes wide. Myth didn't want to stay and find out. The beast above them dove downward like a meteor. "Run!" Myth yelled, grabbing Sophia's hand and dragging her onward. The others were screaming in panic and scattering, but Myth didn't even look back. They didn't stop running until they reached the trees. Myth sagged into a trunk, holding it like a lifeline just to keep herself upright. "What was that thing in the sky? Have you seen anything like it before?" Sophia panted. "I couldn't tell if it was after us, or—" Myth shook her head. "I don't know. If it was Quince, their attempt at escape was doomed. But if that was the case, why hadn't it followed them?" She had a hunch, a stupid, hopeless instinct that it had been Vesper, that even now he was still looking out for her. "Let's just find a place to rest." She wasn't sure how much longer she could go before she simply fell on the ground. But they found a huge tree close by, with roots so large that the space between them was like a cave. They crawled inside, and after a few sips of water, Myth was deeply asleep. She woke with a start. her whole body aching with a combination of fatigue from their flight yesterday and stiffness from sleeping on the cold ground. With no sun to gauge the time by, she had no idea how long they'd been asleep, at least not until the clock tower chimed. She grabbed a water bottle and a granola bar from the backpack and looked over their supplies. There wasn't much, just some trail mix, beef jerky, and 3 bottles of water. They could probably find water in the forest, though there was no way of knowing if it was safe to drink, but it was still hardly enough for more than 2 days. Myth ground her teeth. There was only one thing to do. Sophia woke up soon after. At any other time, Myth would have laughed to see her covered in dirt with her hair standing on end, but now she barely noticed as she handed over what food and water remained. "Have you decided what we're going to do? You're the one in most danger now." Myth sighed. "We don't have enough supplies now, since my bag is still in the palace. We'll have to go home and hope our luck is better next month." "We could get things from the store and come right back," Sophia offered. "That might work, as long as our parents don't see us. I'm not sure what we will do to the spell that keeps them from realizing we're gone. I don't even know if it's working on you right now." Sophia shrugged. "If not, I'll come up with a story. The worst they can do is ground me for life, and they always get tired of enforcing that after about a week," she said with a weak laugh. Myth appreciated the attempt at humor even if she was hardly in the mood for it. "We'd better get going to the portal before Quince catches up with us." "Do you know where it is?" Sophia asked. It was a good question. Luckily, Myth had a decent sense of direction. "Not from here, but if we can find that stream again, I can find the portal, and I know what direction that should be in. All we have to do is travel with the moon on our right shoulder. It doesn't move, I've checked." "How do you even notice that sort of thing?" Sophia asked as she got to her feet. "I couldn't even tell you what direction my bedroom faces." "I bet you could if you thought about it," Myth said. "They taught us all that stuff in Girl Scouts. You just have to be aware of your surroundings." "All I remember about Girl Scouts is learning to make daisy chains," Sophia said. "And you were always reading." "You were always talking. The troop leader couldn't get you to be quiet," Myth said with a snort. Even back then, she'd been jealous of how easily Sophia made friends, how everyone seemed to like her. Maybe it hadn't all been Aubrey's fault that they had grown apart. They walked and walked and walked, always keeping the moon on their right and the edge of the forest in sight. Myth figured that would keep them from getting lost, as well as away from whatever kind of beasts prowling the deeper parts of the woods, if there were any. She was starting to suspect that Vesper had been right, that the stories about wild animals had been invented to keep people away from the portal. The clock tower rang several times before they came to the stream. They had officially been in Yearning for more than a day, and Myth had blisters on top of her blisters. "I think this is it, but I won't know for sure until we can get farther down. Let's walk a little bit more, and then we can rest for a few minutes." They found a strip of grassy bank just around the bend of the stream and sat down, taking their shoes off to trail their feet in the water. It was icy, but it felt like heaven on Myth's aching feet. They ate the rest of the trail mix, saving the beef jerky for emergencies. "Why do you think he did it?" Sophia asked as she combed her hair out with her fingers. Myth looked up at her in confusion. "The prince, I mean. Last month he seemed ready to let the crown kill you, but now he just saved your life." Myth chewed on the inside of her lip. She'd been trying not to think about it. "I don't know. He seemed strange today, like he was the one whose heart was broken." She scowled. "I'm sure he's just trying to trick me somehow." "You definitely should be careful. It doesn't seem like anyone here can be trusted," Sophia said thoughtfully. "We should get going if you're ready," Myth said. "The sooner we get home, the safer we'll be." They put back on their shoes and walked along the bank in silence. Myth wished there was more natural noise in the forest, birdsong or something, because the quiet made her jumpy. At any moment they could be ambushed by Quince. But nothing happened, and they came to the place where they rested with Vesper. Sophia sniffed audibly, and Myth realized that she was probably thinking of the last conversation she'd had with Aubrey. She patted Sophia's shoulder, her throat tight with shame. "I'm sorry about what happened. I should have tried to rescue you sooner." Sophia wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "You had no way of knowing they would actually kill us. And if we hadn't been so cruel to you, none of this ever would have happened. It's just that I'm forgetting them. Even though I know what happened, the magic is getting to me. I don't even remember what Ethan looked like." Myth frowned. She didn't remember what Ethan looked like either, and considering that just a few months ago he was the center of all her daydreams, it was odd. "Maybe destroying the crown will break that part of the spell too," she said, though she didn't really believe it. They crossed the river, and Myth found the path easily, narrow as it was. Just as before, the forest got darker and darker, and unlike Vesper, they couldn't summon any magical lights to help. They had to take it slow. Once again, she heard wolves howling in the distance, but finally, the light of the portal was visible in front of them. "Finally!" Sophia exclaimed, and they both ran forward, but she stopped just before she went through. "Are you sure this is what you want to do, Myth? I mean, if we make a mistake, you could die." "Yes," Myth said firmly. "Our strategy has to change, and we need more supplies before we can even think of trying to get the crown back." She stepped into the portal. Magic tingled against her skin, but when she came through to the other side, she was still in the forest of Yearning. The trees were too large and dark to be in her world. "Myth, what happened?" Sophia said. "You're still here. Is the portal broken?" "I don't think it's the portal," Myth replied, her stomach churning. "I think it's me. Vesper said the crown would change me, that I wouldn't be mortal enough to go home. I thought I'd have more time." A high, cold laugh echoed among the trees. Almost by instinct, Sophia and Myth pressed themselves against the trunk of a giant tree so that they were concealed among the tangle of roots. "There's no escape now, Princess. I've dealt with the prince, and now I'll deal with you," Quince said with maniacal glee. Myth felt her insides go cold. "What have you done to Vesper?" "Let's just say that traitor won't be interfering further," Quince replied. "But it hardly matters, since you'll soon be joining your friend in the hallway, if I let you live that long." Myth's eyes darted around, looking for an avenue of escape. If she made a run for it, Sophia could make it into the portal. It was just a few feet away. "Give me your jacket," Sophia hissed. Myth was halfway out of it before she thought to ask why. "You'll see. Just give it to me." "There's no point in hiding, Princess. I'll find you eventually," Quince called. Sophia put on Myth's coat and put the hood up to cover her honey blonde hair. "You go back to the palace. See if you can find the prince and your crown," Sophia whispered. "What? No!" Myth cried out, but it was too late. Sophia darted into the open, running in the opposite direction from where they'd come. "After her!" Quince cried. "The other one is nothing." Myth could hardly believe they'd been so easily fooled, but Quince and her men charged past without even seeing Myth, and the second they were out of earshot, she ran. Her legs were cramping with fatigue, but she couldn't let Sophia's sacrifice be in vain. "Please don't die," she whispered, and she wasn't sure whether she was talking about Sophia, Vesper, or even herself. A few minutes later, she was back at the stream, and she ran along it, reasoning that it would be easier to hide in the city than outside it, if she could get in. At least there were probably food and clothes she could steal. If the news hadn't spread to the merchants, they might even give her things for free. But first, she had to get out of the woods. The stream widened toward the edge of the forest, and the ground got soft, impeding her progress somewhat, but finally she burst out into unbroken moonlight. Myth fell to her knees, too exhausted to run another step. A raptorial shriek split the night, and a shadow fell over her. Myth couldn't even muster the energy to try to get away, so she squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the blow. Strong, sharp talons gripped her shoulders, lifting her upward. She screamed and tried to get free, but the claws only gripped her tighter as what she could only guess was a giant eagle flapped its huge, dark wings. The ground fell away quickly. A fall from this height would be fatal, and she gripped onto the talons for dear life as the wind roared past her ears. She remembered the thing that had scared away their attackers on the outskirts of the city. Was this that same creature? Yearning zoomed closer, and the wing beats of the creature became erratic. They wobbled in their flight as they circled the noble's quarters. Myth's stomach lurched. "Please don't crash," she pleaded with the bird, or maybe the universe. It gave a weak screech in reply and surged upward. Drops of hot liquid fell onto Myth's face, and she realized with horror that it was bleeding. They were above the palace now, and with a shift of its wings, the bird dove straight towards the tallest tower, gathering speed at a terrifying rate. Myth's scream was whipped away by the wind, but a moment later she could see that they were making for a wide balcony on the far side. But they were going too fast, and the glass doors leading inside were closed. Myth covered her arms with her face only a second before they hit the glass with a thunderous crash. Chapter 11. Legend of the Darkness. Myth opened her eyes. Her vision was obscured by a mass of black feathers, but she was alive and couldn't feel any major injuries. She tried to push the feathers away from her face, and there was a quiet sound, like breath hissing through teeth. That was when Myth realized that the thing blocking her vision was a wing, and as she watched, it was beginning to disappear. The feathers melted away, revealing smooth, brown skin. She had known already in the depths of her heart, but now she knew for sure. "Vesper!" she cried out, turning to see his face. He groaned, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As the last of feathers faded, she noticed a red stain on the fabric of his shirt. His skin was paler than usual. Glass crunched under her knees as she knelt over him, and she was glad she was still wearing jeans. The doors they had crashed into were splintered on the floor, except where they hung limply from the frames. "The crown. On my bed. Take it. Go," he said through gritted teeth. "Don't be stupid," she replied. "You're hurt. Let me help you." "Quince could be back at any minute. You have to get out," he said, shoving at her hands as she tried to lift his shirt to see his wound. "You helped me. I'm not leaving until I know you'll be okay," Myth said, crossing her arms over her chest. He frowned. "The potions. The green one. And the red one." Myth remembered where the potions were from when he'd used them on her arm, so she hurried into his bedroom and grabbed what he asked for. When she came back, she found him feebly trying to sweep away the broken glass with magic. She shook her head. "You can worry about the mess after you take these potions," she said. "Which one first?" "Pour the red one on the injury," he said, and he started to unbutton his shirt, but his fingers were shaking. "Here, let me," Myth said. She tried not to think about the last time she had seen him with his shirt off. This was hardly the time. Things between them were much different, but her traitorous brain seemed insistent on reminding her until the ugly wound in his stomach banished those thoughts from her mind. Her stomach churned at the sight of ragged, muscled, and torn skin, the blood dripping sluggishly down his abdomen and onto the floor. "What happened?" "Quince stabbed me," he gasped out, and Myth winced and poured the potion slowly over the bloody gash without further delay. It steamed and smoked the moment it came in contact with the wound, and his back arched, his mouth open in a silent scream. If it hadn't been for the fact that she could see the muscle and skin putting itself back together, she would have stopped just to spare him more pain. But then, it was over. The last drop of potion came out of the bottle, and the injury was gone. Smooth flesh and a white puckered scar was all that remained. Vesper's panting breaths eased, and he sat up slowly. Myth bit the inside of her lip. It was hard to believe that he could recover from an injury like that, especially in just a few seconds. She supposed she ought to be used to magic by now. "What about the green one?" "That's just to speed healing and reduce pain and fatigue," he said, his voice already back to normal. Without the urgency of life-threatening injury or battle to keep them occupied, Myth was painfully aware of the strained atmosphere. I'll drink it now. She handed him the potion and looked away, trying to get her thoughts in order. After a long moment, he sighed. The bottle clinked as he set it on a nearby table. I'm fine now. You should take the crown and go before Quince finds you. With any luck, she won't think to call the hounds. What about you? Myth asked, turning back to him with her hands clasped in front of her. Quince tried to kill you. Won't she just try again? I'm still the prince. The people are on my side, he said, but she could see the uncertainty in his eyes. What would happen once she was gone? Would Vesper be in danger? And what about the darkness she was supposed to be defeating? It all led back to one question she needed the answer to, with every fiber of her being. Why? She asked, her heart in her mouth. Why did you save me? I thought Yearning was more important to you than anything. Aren't you putting the city in danger? The quivering line of his throat betrayed his attempts to swallow back his emotions. The danger to the city is not what you think, he said, clearly struggling to find words. When I was still an infant, Yearning was at war with a neighboring realm. Scholars, of course, cannot agree on the cause of the conflict, but it hardly matters. After centuries of war, the other city did the unthinkable. They put a horrible curse on the city, and in Yearning, the city is tied to its ruler. My council would have got rid of me long ago otherwise. Myth frowned. I don't understand what you're trying to say. He sighed and turned away, perhaps looking at her made speaking too difficult. They tried everything. Amulets and talismans, purification rituals, bindings both magical and physical, but one day the monster the curse had created could no longer be held back. The king and queen were killed, and in the middle of the carnage they found the infant prince, covered in blood. It was only then the council realized the truth. He turned to see her reaction, but Myth could only stare at him, uncomprehending. Don't you see? He said, his eyes wild. I am the monster that plagues Yearning. Myth's heart thudded. A monster? But what does that have to do with the crown? Vesper clasped his hands, closing his eyes against the memory. It was discovered that I could remain in my usual form if I consumed the soul of one of my own people each time a month passed in the mortal world. The council liked that. Quick and clean, and at first there were even volunteers, he said, his mouth twisting unpleasantly. But there were problems after a while. Rumors of coercion, blackmail, and that sort of thing, so another source of souls had to be found. There were a few prisoners in the dungeons, but that wasn't a long-term solution either. It was then that someone discovered that mortal souls were even more powerful at staving off the curse. The first one lasted me several months. The question burst from her lips before she could stop herself. How long has this been going on? He looked away again. Centuries, at least. But surely someone would have noticed by now, Myth asked, refusing to even entertain the other horrifying implications. Vesper was hundreds of years old. How many other girls had he lured to their deaths? We were extremely careful in choosing victims, especially at first. Those who would not be missed. And it was further discovered, almost by accident, that the power of the soul could be magnified further if the victim was happy in the days and weeks preceding their death. So that was when the current scheme of the princess and her crown was devised. By the time you were brought here, I had perfected it to an art, and each precious soul could last me years. Myth hugged herself, biting her lip. So, what went wrong? Vesper's eyebrows flicked briefly upward. Whisper, for one thing. Young people have become much more cynical in recent times. She became suspicious of my motives more quickly than anticipated, and once she figured out what was going on, she started rebelling. I thought she'd been killed, he added with a grimace. So we needed to find a new princess right away. You seemed perfect. You really thought that no one would miss me? She asked, hating how small and pathetic her voice sounded. No, he said gently, putting a hand on Myth's arm. She wasn't sure whether to pull away or lean into this comfort. That part was no longer necessary, as we now have access to spells that alter the memories of mortals. You were chosen because you were lonely, above all, and seemed unlikely to put up much of a fight. That was only a little reassuring. You still haven't answered my original question. Why are you helping me now? As you know, there have been many other princesses, he said, not meeting her eyes. Most of them, like you, were profoundly unhappy in their lives. I brought them here and gave them anything they asked for. Some wanted jewels or pretty clothes, some wanted revenge, and others had even more extravagant fantasies. But all of them were so completely distracted by what I gave, so focused on their own desires, that they never noticed anything amiss until the crown had nearly consumed them. You were the first person who ever asked about me, or showed compassion to those who hurt them. I must admit, I was intrigued from the start. So, that's all. I'm just interesting? Myth said. She didn't know what she'd been expecting, but it still came as a disappointment. No, Myth, Whatever he wanted to say was silenced by the sound of stomping feet on the bottom of the stairs below. Go out to the balcony, he whispered, shoving her shoulder. There was no time to argue. If it was Quince, she knew she wouldn't get a second chance. She went through the remains of the ruined doors and pressed herself against the outer wall. Through the corner of her eye, she saw the broken glass disappear and the doors repair themselves. The inner door burst open with a bang. You're alive. Quince's voice was frozen with hatred. I should have known. Have you seen that little mortal bitch? Myth's heart was pounding so loud with fear she didn't even have the wherewithal to be insulted. She hoped the Fae didn't have supernatural hearing. You forget yourself, Briar Dream, Vesper replied, his tone equally chilly. You can disagree with my actions, but without me, this city will fall to ruin. I have no heir. When the council hears what you have done, you will undoubtedly face exile. Quince laughed. Do you really think the council wanted to be tied to a cursed freak of a prince forever? They've been looking for a way to get rid of you for ages. But if you want to wait to hear their decision, be my guest. Myth held a hand to her mouth. She couldn't believe that they would kill their own prince. But if that was the only way to get rid of the curse... Vesper didn't seem worried, however. You make bold claims for someone so widely disliked. However, I would not aid you even if I could, so you may as well take yourself elsewhere. Fine, Quince snarled. I'll settle things with you after I rip the heart from your precious little princess. The door slammed shut. There was a long moment of silence, and Myth chewed her lip. She knew Vesper was probably waiting to make sure the coast was clear, but the passing seconds were agony. She's gone, Vesper said, suddenly right next to Myth's ear. She nearly jumped out of her skin. I will send someone loyal to me to seed false reports of you hiding in the city outskirts and continue about my normal routine. Once I'm certain Quince has left to investigate, I will help you exit the city. To Myth, that seemed like much too long to wait. Why can't I just destroy the crown right here and now? He raised an eyebrow. The moment you hit it with that hammer, everyone in the city felt the reverberation. Even if you succeed, Quince and her guards will kill you on principle before you can get away. If you're going to escape, we need to make sure Quince is not nearby and that you are close to the portal. Besides, she took your interesting hammer. Luckily, I have another idea. They were all good points. The idea of waiting made her sick to her stomach, but she knew he was right, which was somewhat annoying. She nodded, and he moved back into his suite, motioning for her to follow. I need to go answer the weekly petitions in order to diffuse suspicion. You should rest. I will have food sent up as soon as I can." Some part of her wanted to argue. He still hadn't really answered her question. But the moment he mentioned rest, she could feel the ache in her limbs, her sore feet, her skin scratched by thorns and covered with a thick film of dirt. Her throat felt parched and raw. "Could I use your bathroom?" He nodded with much more ease than she felt, his brow furrowed in thought. "I will have them bring you clothes, too. Actually, that might work out perfectly. Someone will be up in a moment. I will ward this room against everyone but me and my trusted servants, so you will not have to be concerned about safety." With that worry out of the way, he left, and Myth sagged into a chair, feeling like a pumpkin whose insides had already been scooped. It seemed like only a few minutes later when someone was shaking her awake. "Your bath is prepared, Lady Myth," said a high, tremulous voice that was all too familiar. Thistle? The last time Myth had seen the maid had been just after arriving in Yearning, and when she had gone to speak to Vesper in his art studio. It felt like a lifetime ago, but it had been less than 2 days. Thistle ducked her head, tears standing in the corner of her eyes. "I'm so glad you and the prince are all right. Lady Briardream said she killed him, and even though we could hardly believe it, all the servants were terrified." Myth felt for them. She was still a bit terrified herself, but much too tired to expend much energy on it. "We're both fine for now, thanks. I just need some rest." She bathed and dressed herself mechanically and ate the meal Thistle had brought. Luckily, it was nothing more exciting than sandwiches, because Myth doubted she would have had the stomach for something richer. Vesper still hadn't returned, and he told her to rest. The bed looked inviting, with its silk sheets and pile of feather pillows, but she had complicated feelings regarding her previous times in it. She curled up in a chair in the corner and closed her eyes. It wasn't clear what woke her. The clock tower chimed, somewhat more muted than Myth remembered. It was nearly the end of her second day in Yearning. As she blinked the sleep from her eyes, she noticed a shadow looming over her in the now dark room. She recoiled, gasping and drawing in on herself. "It is only me," Vesper said quietly. "Are you recovered? Quince has gone out into the lower quarters, sure that you are there. Meanwhile, I've received a message about a pressing matter outside the city. This is the perfect time to move." "You didn't hear anything about Sophia?" Myth asked. She'd been too exhausted to think about it before, but if Quince had realized it wasn't her, did that mean Sophia had been captured? Or worse? "No prisoners were taken," he replied with a grave expression. "But that does not prove anything. Did you put on the clothes I sent?" She swallowed. If Quince hadn't loudly bragged about killing Sophia, there was still hope. "Yes," Myth said, unconsciously pulling at her sleeves. She hadn't noticed at first, but she was wearing a servant's uniform identical to Thistle's. "I assume this is part of your plan?" "It is not uncommon for a servant to accompany the prince on short journeys," he said, a hint of mischief in his otherwise serious expression. "No one should be any the wiser." A half-hour later, Myth followed down the corridor after Vesper, carrying his luggage and trying her best to look meek and downtrodden. He was concealing the crown inside his jacket. The plan was to take the carriage out of the city and to the edge of the forest, continuing on foot while the carriage was sent onward. As Vesper had assured her, no one appeared to pay them much mind despite the air of tension pervading the palace. The prince, even a prince at war with his own lieutenants, was too high to be questioned, and a servant much too unimportant to be bothered with. Still, she couldn't let herself relax until the carriage rolled out of the palace gates and down into the city. On the surface, everything was normal. Merchants were selling their wares, musicians were playing, and the citizens strolled down the street, but Myth saw the way their eyes glanced sideways as the royal carriage passed. News of the fight between the prince and the captain of the guard had spread, and people were uneasy. They got to the city gate and stopped. Vesper frowned, and Myth felt her stomach clench. There was a knock on the carriage door, and she ducked her head instinctively. Vesper opened the door to reveal a guard who looked horribly uncomfortable. Your Majesty, I'm terribly sorry, but Lady Quince said that we've had to search all carriages leaving the city. A twitch in Vesper's jaw was the only evidence of his irritation. As you can see, there's no one in here but myself and my servant. I am on my way to an important meeting, and I do not wish to be late. The guard spared a glance at Myth. Whether he was really so incurious or whether Vesper had cast some sort of illusion, she didn't know, but apparently he didn't see anything amiss. Yes, of course. Carry on, then. The carriage started to move again, and Myth let out a sigh of relief. The silence inside was too heavy to penetrate, so all she could do was wait and worry. They passed down the lane of lighted hedges and turned left toward the forest, but just as the dark branches looked overhead, a scream shattered the night. That must be Sophia, Myth cried out, and before Vesper could stop her, she jumped from the still-moving carriage, only stumbling a little as she hit the ground running. A flash of gray faded through the trees, pursued by two dark figures cursing as they went. She had to stop them, but what could she do? Her eyes lit on a heavy branch, and she bent down to lift it, but as she did, Vesper ran up behind her and held out his hand. With a flash of light, the two pursuers collapsed on the ground and didn't rise. "Did you kill them?" Myth asked, not sure if she was more impressed or horrified. "They're only sleeping," Vesper said, shaking his head. "Were you really going to take on two warriors with a stick?" "I had to do something," she retorted. "I was merely commenting on your bravery," he said appeasingly. But meanwhile, Sophia had realized she was no longer being chased. "Myth, did you get your crown?" "What is he doing here?" she asked as the two girls embraced. Vesper looked at the ground, clasping his hands. "He's helping," Myth replied, not wanting to go into any more detail than necessary. "We just need to get to the portal before Quince notices." Sophia looked at them both with narrow eyes, her lips pursed. "If you say so." Chapter 12. Transformation. They walked in silence for several minutes, Vesper leading, since he knew the way better than either of the girls. Everyone was on high alert. There was no way of knowing if there were more of Quince's guards in the woods, and they all knew there was no guarantee that Vesper's false trail would throw her off forever. "You said you had an idea about how to destroy the crown?" Myth finally asked. "Yes," Vesper said, glancing back toward her. "The spell upon the crown is not entirely tied to its physical form, but to your own emotional state. You must believe in your own worth without the crown in order to see it destroyed." Myth swallowed. Self-esteem had never been her strong suit, and she wasn't sure the events of the last few months had improved matters. Before she could say anything, Vesper continued. "I believe the best way to free you from the spell is for you to toss the crown from the side of the cliff where Quince found you. Symbolism can be very effective against fey magic." Sophia looked at Myth questioningly. They had never talked about what had happened just before her first night in Yearning, and that was the way she wanted things to stay. It sounded ridiculous even in her own mind that she'd almost ended her own life over such trivial events, though they seemed much more important at the time. She was ashamed, and after all the work she and Sophia had done to repair their friendship, it felt unfair to bring up. Sophia would only feel guilty if she knew. Myth pressed ahead. "I thought the crown only existed in this world, but the cliff is in my world. How is that going to work?" "Do you remember when the carriage brought you to Yearning?" Vesper asked. She thought back to that night despite her reluctance. There had been a wind that blew her away from the cliff, and she heard the horses' hooves. The carriage had almost seemed to appear from the shafts of moonlight. "Is there some other way to bring the two worlds together?" she ventured. He nodded. "There is a magic that only powerful Fae can use during the full moon that will allow the worlds to briefly merge. I believe in your world the cliff is close to the portal. I'd like to be close to both when I cast, just in case." Myth gulped back a knot of fear. At least they would have a way out if the worst happened, but then what? Eventually she would just disappear into the world of Yearning and be turned into a statue. This had to end. Finally, they reached the little hill that was bathed in eerie light of the portal. Vesper looked back at Myth. "Are you ready?" She took a deep breath. "I am." Vesper nodded and spread his hands out in front of him. Glowing strands of silver spun out from his fingers, like spider webs that grew in the shape of the fractals she'd seen on the posters in the algebra teacher's classroom. The webs grew until they were a curtain of glittering light covering the whole clearing, and then everything touched by the spell began to change. The shapes morphed and bubbled like plastic left too long in the dishwasher, and a familiar wind swirled up, blowing her hair in front of her, obscuring her vision. When she managed to extricate herself, the forest was bathed in early morning sunshine. On the far horizon, she could barely see the glint of light reflecting off the ocean, but just a few yards ahead of her was the cliff. She let out a slow breath to still her racing heart and took a step forward. The last vestiges of the spell's glow faded, and the salt tang of the ocean mixing with the loamy scent of the woodlands grounded her in the present. This was home, and the only way she could stay was to destroy the crown. Vesper pulled it out of his jacket and placed it into her hands. It looked so small and fragile, but still beautiful despite the damage she had done. How could such a lovely thing cause so much misery? As soon as she touched the crown, her heart felt light, full of happiness and love. Vesper was more handsome than she remembered, but so sad and tired. Wouldn't she like to make it better for him? He must have seen her wavering. "If you want to live, you have to destroy it, Myth. That is what we came here for, what we all want." She knew he was right, but the moment the thought entered her mind, a wave of nausea crashed over her. Without the crown, who was she? A nobody. A weak, mortal girl who was only noticed in order to be mocked. The memory of her confession to Ethan was fuzzy, but the misery it had caused was not. Her throat was tight and hot tears poured down her face. The warm weight of a hand on her shoulder only made the tears fall harder. "You can do this, Myth," Sophia said. "You can beat them." This buoyed her enough to take 2 more steps toward the cliff edge. Now she could see the waves starting to break against the rocks, a dizzying number of feet below. She was gripping the crown so tightly that the metal bit into her fingers. A vision rose to her mind, unbidden, falling at the pep rally, the dog licking the icing on her face as the cameras flashed all around her. Everyone was laughing at her. Only in Yearning had she ever been loved and respected, said a voice inside her head, and she couldn't tell whether it was hers. She fell to her knees, only vaguely aware of the pain of impact. "Myth!" someone called, but it seemed far away. "Who would ever care about a girl like her?" said the voice in her head, louder and louder every second. She wasn't very smart or pretty. She didn't have any special talents. She was nothing, and would always be, unless she put on the crown. Then she would be remembered as a hero, and she would be helping Vesper. Myth. Her fingers were enclosed in warmth, and she looked up. Through her tears, she could see Vesper in front of her, holding both of her hands in his own. "I cannot know what you are going through, but whatever the crown is telling you is a lie. It is designed to make it difficult to break free." "Why do you even care?" she moaned, feeling like her heart was overflowing with anguish. "I know you only chose me because I'm such a loser." "No, Myth, no," he said in a voice that was almost pleading. "Quince may have chosen you because she believed you would be easy to manage, but I have never been more glad that she was so wrong." Myth blinked, unable to comprehend what he was saying. "When I first saw you, I thought you were beautiful, but I have seen many lovely girls before. It was your kindness that intrigued me. I have never encountered someone so willing to endanger themselves for the sake of others. I was curious enough that I came to the mortal world in disguise to see what you were like in your normal life." "What? You came here? How? Why?" Myth asked, shaking her head in disbelief. "It takes a great amount of power to travel to this place when the full moon is not, but it is possible. I could not appear in my usual form, however, so I chose something small, mobile, and inconspicuous," he said, his eyes pressed into her, demanding that she understand, but even so, it took several long seconds before she figured it out. "You were the cat?" she exclaimed. It made too much sense. At any other time in her life, such a beautiful, unnaturally intelligent animal would have been really strange, but with everything else happening, it had hardly seemed worth commenting on. "But how did you manage to get caught by those kids?" "Bad luck," he replied, grimacing. "I was exhausted by the journey, but I was also concerned for you, so I tried to follow you home from school, only to run into those boys. I was too weak to fight back. You saved my life." Blood rushed into her cheeks. "I'm sure that was an exaggeration. Anyone would have done that. I have lived long enough to know that not everyone would have aided me. Most people, in fact, would have refused to interfere. Ever since you came to Yearning, you have gone out of your way to show compassion to others, even those who were cruel to you." His eyes met hers again, but this time they seemed to be drawing some sort of strength from her gaze. "When Quince tried to kill you, that's when I knew." He sighed, and Myth bit her lip in the awkward silence. "Knew what?" she prodded. "That I loved you," he said, looking down at their joined hands. "I do not say this because I expect anything from you. Once this full moon is over, I doubt we will ever see each other again. After all I have done to you, I hardly deserve it. But if someone as selfish and spoiled as I am can see what a wonderful person you are, it must be true. Do not listen to the crown. You are a worthwhile person with so many who care for you. You have much to live for." At first, it was too much to process. Myth shook her head slowly, disbelieving, but her mind cycled through all the events that had led to this moment. Vesper taking her to that lonely beach and telling her about his parents, saving her from Quince, scaring the thugs away in the lower city. Everything he had done since she last arrived in Yearning had been helping her to fight Quince and the crown. It could have been a trick, or it could have been out of guilt, but what if it was true? What motive would he have to lie now? "You love me?" she stammered out. "Yes," he replied quietly. "But I do not wish for you to worry about me. I want you to live and to know you are loved and important." "Yeah, Myth," Sophia said, standing just a few feet away. "You can't let the crown win. Who else is going to watch terrible movies with me until 3 a.m, or tell me when my outfit looks terrible?" Myth sniffed back more tears, but these came from joy and relief rather than despair. She squeezed Vesper's hands. "Thank you. I think I can do it now." She reached for the crown where it had fallen on the ground, feeling waves of despair and malevolence radiating from the delicate metal, but she took a deep breath and picked it up. Once again, her head was flooded with negative thoughts, and she gritted her teeth. "No," she said inside her head, remembering Sophia's hand on her shoulder and the warmth in Vesper's eyes. "I am loved. I need to live." It felt like her heart was shattering, but she flung the crown as far as she could. It sailed over the edge of the cliff, and she wasn't sure whether it was magic or her mind that made it seem to fall in slow motion. But then, it was gone. The bonds on her mind snapped free, and she felt hollow, but also free and light. She let out a long breath and turned around. "You did it," Vesper said with a wan smile. A thought struck her. Had destroying the crown hurt him in some tangible way, unrelated to the curse? But before she could think about it further, Sophia rushed up and hugged her. "I'm so proud of you. We won, right?" she asked, turning to look at Vesper. "Yes, the spell of the crown is gone. Myth will no longer be called to Yearning during the full moon. But if you two do not move away from the cliff, all that work may be for naught." The girls moved back to the forest path, and Vesper followed, his hands clasped in front of him. "I should be getting back to the city." Sophia glanced at Myth and nodded. "I'll let you two say goodbye." She walked down the path until she was out of sight, and Myth turned to Vesper. Everything was so strange now. Once she had thought she was in love with him, then she hated him, And now he loved her, but she didn't quite know how to feel. She took a step toward him, biting the inside of her lip. "What will you do now?" He looked down at his feet. When they had first met, he had been so confident and sure of his place in the world, the perfect prince. Now, he seemed lost, but also more open, more real, and she thought he was even more beautiful than before. "I'm not sure. I thought I would try to take my kingdom back from Quince, but if it can truly survive without me, perhaps I will travel. In the other realms, there must be a way to be rid of this curse." "I'm sorry I couldn't help you," Myth said, feeling sadness well up in her again. "Do not apologize. I am the one who should be sorry for not seeing before now that this was not the right solution," he said. "You have done so much for me that I can never repay." Emotion crested upward in her heart, and she threw her arms around him. He only hesitated a moment before returning her embrace. "I'll never forget you." "Nor I you. You have changed my life, undoubtedly for the better," he said. His eyes flicked to her face and then away again. "Before I go, I was wondering, could I kiss you once, for real?" Myth knew what he meant. When he had kissed her before, it had been part of the plan, to keep her happy for the sake of the crown, or to distract her from the truth about Yearning, maybe. Now it was only for himself, and for her, maybe, as a parting gift. "Yes," she said simply, and he cupped her cheeks in his hands, his eyes scanning her face carefully. She thought he might be memorizing what she looked like. Then their lips pressed together, gentle, slow, and full of emotion. He pulled away, his eyes soft. "I hope we will meet again, though I do not know how." Myth opened her mouth to answer, but then several things happened at once. Vesper's eyes went wide. Down the path, Sophia screamed. "Myth, look out!" Myth turned just in time to see a fireball roaring toward her face, only to have it splash harmlessly over a translucent barrier that Vesper conjured just in time. "Pity." Myth wasn't terribly surprised to hear Quince's icy tones. There would have been a sort of poetic beauty in ridding the world of both of you when you were too besotted with each other to notice, but it's not as if killing you would be a challenge. "Run, Myth," Vesper whispered. "She cannot stray too far from my spell. The full moon is nearly over." "I'm not leaving you," she said fiercely, and he flashed her an irritated look, perhaps wondering what on earth a mortal girl could do to help, but there was no time to protest. He rushed forward, flinging his own magic, a bolt of darkness that roiled through the air like looming thunderstorms but seemed to splash harmlessly off Quince's leather armor. She was already preparing another spell, her face twisted with malice. Without even really thinking about it, Myth stooped down, picked up a rock, and threw it. To her and everyone's astonishment, it hit Quince directly in the face. She screeched with rage, holding her hand over her eyes, blood welling up between her fingers. Vesper gaped, but as Quince turned her attention to Myth, he moved to block her view. "Leave Myth alone. Your fight is with me." "As you wish," Quince snarled. They collided in an explosion of light and color. Myth couldn't believe the whole neighborhood wasn't coming to see. Sophia was suddenly at her side, grabbing her arm, pulling her back. "We need to get out of here," she cried over the din as a nearby tree limb crashed to the ground, smoking. But Myth resisted. Even if she couldn't really help, she needed to know what happened. At that moment, Vesper fell on his hands and knees, letting out a wail of pain. Myth started to move toward him, to do something, anything, but Sophia held her back. "Look at Quince," she hissed. The other Fae wasn't advancing, but was instead backing away, eyes wide with terror. And the noises coming from Vesper had turned from whimpers of agony into animalistic growling. "Oh no, he's gone too long without consuming a soul. The monster is taking over," Myth said, frozen with both worry and horror. His body had morphed into a mass of formless shadow that boiled with barely contained anger, and at her words he lifted his head, now nothing but darkness with glowing red eyes and open mouth full of gleaming, pointed teeth. He turned toward them, moving forward in a stalking gait like a cat after a mouse. Somehow, she knew if they ran, the monster would catch and kill them with ease. Their only chance was to reach what was left of Vesper inside. "Vesper, stop! This isn't you!" Myth yelled with all her strength. "You can fight it, I know you can!" The monster froze. It was difficult to tell with the way its form shifted, but she thought it shook its head like a dog shaking off a fly. It took another step forward. "Come on, Vesper, I know you're in there," she said, starting to feel desperate. "Myth, he can't hear you," Sophia whispered fearfully. "We should run." The monster was close enough now that she could feel its hot breath on her face. There was nothing else to do. Myth reached up and touched it, resting her fingers somewhere in the swirling mass on the side of its jaw. "Vesper, I know this isn't what you want," she said. At her touch, the red eyes fixed on her. Her heart was pounding with terror, but she was determined to help him, just as he had helped her. "If I can beat the crown, you can beat this. I want to be able to see you again. I love you." It was hard to say, only because she knew it was true. She felt she should have learned her lesson. But it worked. The shadows calmed, and the monster was now just a wolf with fur like night made solid. The eyes looking back at her were now Vesper's, wine-colored and wide with surprise and relief. "Thank you," said his voice inside her head. She threw her arms around his shaggy neck. "I have to go. The full moon is ending, and I am not sure how long I will be able to remain in control." "I know. Just be careful. And come back someday, if you can." Tears were threatening, but she held them back. There was no reason to make this harder for him. "I will do my best. In the meantime, do not wait for me. Live your life for yourself. I know you will accomplish great things." He turned away and ran into the woods, following the path of Quince's flight. As he did, he seemed to fade, and the evidence of the magic battle just moments before disappeared. The full moon was over. The sounds of the forest, birdsong and buzzing insects returned. "Myth, what just happened?" Sophia asked in a dazed voice. "Is it over?" "Yeah, it's over," Myth said. She knew she should feel relieved, but her body and heart were both heavy. It felt unfair that after everything they had been through to realize their love for each other, she would probably never see Vesper again. She would never know whether he was alive or happy, if he defeated Quince or broke his curse. And no one but Sophia would ever believe her. She peered toward the spot where Vesper had vanished only moments ago, half expecting Vesper to show up again. But the shadows of the trees remained still and silent. Vesper was gone, like a vision out of a beautiful dream. Sighing, Myth wiped away a final tear and turned away. "Let's go home." It had been a good year, Myth thought as she finished setting up her tent. She was halfway through her junior year of high school now. Her relationship with her parents had improved, and they'd even allowed her to adopt a cat from the shelter. Though she'd been tempted to pick a black one, it proved too painful. But her sweet little calico thistle was the perfect companion. Myth had also joined the art club and started taking creative writing classes. Sophia, meanwhile, had finally stood up to her mother and quit cheerleading. Now she was happy singing in the choir and had acted in her first play. Myth was supposed to be sleeping over at Sophia's house tonight, but that was only just a ruse. Just as they did on every full moon, Sophia covered for Myth so that she could go back to the cliff where it all had begun. just in case. Nothing ever happened, but tonight was special. It had been a full year since she had last seen Vesper to the day. She needed to know if he was all right, if he had found a way to break the curse. In the past year, she had done just as she promised, living her life to the fullest. Sophia suggested she should go on a date. Myth said she would try, but she never really did. In her heart, she still loved Vesper. She wondered if she always would. She sat with her back against a tree, looking out to the ocean all night, waiting, but the wind never came. The only noises in the woods were frogs and crickets singing, and the occasional eerie hoot of an owl overhead. Dawn found her drowning against the tree, in the same world she'd fallen asleep in. Myth sighed and rolled up her sleeping bag. If she hurried back to Sophia's house, she might even have time for a nap. This has been The Crown of Myth, an action-adventure fantasy romance. The Fae Queens, Book 1. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Matt Bolden. Copyright 2018 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.